Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. We'll be starting in a minute. The guests have already arrived. Humble request to please keep your cell phones on silent mode. Yes. Please ensure you are seated in your places. And there are some amazing speakers throughout the day. Please ensure we are taking the maximum learning that we have from these people who have come here, who are willing to share their time, energy, and their wisdom with us. Thank you. Please give a huge round of applause for Executive Director Dr. Pandit Mali sir, Executive Director IGI, Dr. Kumendra Raheja sir, ISBS Head, ISBS PGDM, Dr. Shikha Sindhu, Deputy Director, and our very own speaker, Mr. Ravi Pitti. Welcome, sir.
Express your passion and see big dreams, for the world needs dreamers and doer of bold things. We may be losers now, but sooner we will win if we won't stop working in achieving our dreams. With this beautiful quote, good morning to one and all present here. I, Shreya Kumari, and I, Priya Singh, welcome you all to the Entrepreneurship Lecture Series, iCAN. Indira, Conceptualize, Act, and Nurture. Powered by Viral Fission, Mentoring Partner Cultino, Ecosystem Partner YIUA and CII, Incubation Partner AIC RNTU. And today we are here for the 12th edition of this amazing platform. You know, Priya, I'm feeling so proud of hosting this event today. We will witness so many success and failure stories and roller coaster rides of our today's successful entrepreneurs. Yes, of course, Shreya. So please join us in welcoming our guest speakers, Mr. Ravi Pitti sir, CEO, Agni Solar System Private Limited, Mr. Ashutosh Parvate, Director and Managing Partner at Cohen Consultant LLP, Mr. Rajat Bhar, co-founder of DigiSafe Insurance Broking Private Limited, Mr. Atul Vade Gaonkar, Managing Director, AW Consultant, guest, accompanied by guest, and of course, Professor Chetan Vakalkar, Group Director IGI, who has joined us virtually. Dr. Kumendra Sir, Head ISBS PGDM, Dr. Shikha Sindhu, Deputy Director ISBS PGDM, Honorable Trustees, Directors, Deputies of IGI, faculty, staff members and students. As a tradition at Indira, let us begin our event by paying tribute to our ever-growing, diverse and colorful nation. The faces that you are going to see on screen are the Indiapreneur core team members. I request everyone to rise and join us for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. Please take your seats. Indira Group of Institute is an interrelated series of experiences, an academic experience, a social experience, and a career experience. As Martin Luther correctly said, you don't have to see the whole staircase, just take first step, and likewise, we took our first step in the year 1994, when the foundation of IGI was laid. Since then, we are creating staircases for the budding managers to transform them into capable and responsible leaders of future. To show you our remarkable journey, we present to you an AV. May we have the AV, please? Well, I must say, what a magnificent journey. Lighting is a symbol of brightness, as light expels the darkness with its might. It evokes blessings in our life, bringing in prosperity and happiness. To invoke Goddess Saraswati by lighting the blessed lamp of knowledge and wisdom, I request Kumendra sir to please lead the dignitaries for lighting of the lamp.
माता सरस्वती शारदा
Thank you, sirs. Please take your seats. Under the guidance and leadership of Dr. Kumendra Raheja, ISBS PGDM is continuing to impart best education and churn out able leaders of tomorrow. May I please request Kumendra sir to formally welcome the audience. Over to you, sir.
A very good morning to one and all present here. Every time that I stand here, I mean, in Indiapreneur, I go back to almost, nostalgia of almost about 12 years. The first Indiapreneur happened in the year 2010. I was one of the core team members that conceptualized along with the group director Chetan sir and launched the very first edition of Indiapreneur then. We haven't looked back. Let me tell you very, very proudly that we haven't looked back, and we are going with leaps and bounds. And today, while standing here, I'm filled with that nostalgia. Professor Chetan Wakala could not be with us because he's not feeling well. He's got a gout, so he could not really walk properly. He was raring to be here because this is one event that is very, very close to his heart. So on behalf of Chetan sir, I wish you all a very good morning once again. Well, on behalf of ISBS PGDM, I extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries, Dr. Pandit Mali, Executive Director, IGI, Mr. Ravi Piti, CEO, Agni Solar Systems Private Limited, Mr. Ashutosh Parvate, Director and Managing Partner, Kohan Consulting Private Limited, Mr. Rajat Dhar, Co-founder, DigiSafe Insurance Broking Private Limited, all the guests that have accompanied our dignitaries today, all the fellow directors, faculty colleagues, and my dear students. This is electrifying, I must tell you. Today, the phase with which the nation is going through, of course, there are a lot of upheavals happening around us. There are a lot of success stories coming on a daily basis. And at the same time, there are a lot of failure stories also popping up and hitting us every day. But what we need to herald here is the spirit of the very genre called entrepreneur. It is that spirit that is keeping the nation alive. It is that spirit that is keeping the economy alive. It is that spirit that is ensuring that every generation to come by has that motivation available to them. It is this fighting spirit which is actually making sure that the future generations are always totally attracted to the concept of entrepreneurship. It is not about, believe me, whenever I ask people, how many of you all want to become entrepreneur? I'm not going to ask that question to you right now, but I'll tell you what generally happens. I think the whole auditorium will raise the hand, sir, I want to become, or ma'am, I want to become an entrepreneur. One of the most low-hanging fruit or low-hanging answer that comes to me is just because possibly I want to be on my own boss. But believe me, it is the toughest to be your own boss. It's not easy out there. It is much easier for you to join a corporate, join an organization where you have to report to someone who's responsible for all the mistakes that you make. But believe me, as an entrepreneur, all the mistakes that you make are your own ownership. All the challenges that you par are your own ownership. And believe me, what you do in a span of 3 to 5 years, you can now definitely achieve that in a span of 15 years if I will work with the corporates. So let me tell you, this field definitely is filled with a lot of challenges. This field is definitely sprout with failures for that matter. But believe me, when that success, that first success you taste, it gives you, it gives you that high josh. It gives you that fodder that keeps you going and that keeps you, keeps you alive, that keeps you, awake at night, and that keeps you happy all the way. Just that you've been able to meet one need in the market. And because you've been able to meet that one need in the market, it is that particular confidence that will drive you through. Well, at this point, Indira has always been at the forefront of bringing practical exposure to our students through numerous platforms. And I'm sure each one of you sitting here is witness to that, to make them capable, competent, and future ready. Because yes, we do believe that, you need certain skill sets, you need certain, grooming, whether you pick up a corporate career or you want to become an entrepreneur. These are hygiene factors, and I think as an institution we take pride that we are there in terms of multiple platforms to ensure that you're able to get that in time. Well, extending this endeavor, in fact, I was talking to the guest. We said last year we, at the annual of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we decided to unveil the endeavor where we decided that within a year, last year 15th August to this year 15th August, we endeavored to bring almost 75 different speakers. 75 is a number that corroborates with 75 years of independence. So we endeavored to bring 75 different leaders. When I said different leaders, leaders from social life, leaders from corporate life, and of course, entrepreneurial leaders, those who are sitting in front of us just now. So this is that kind of a confluence. The first edition of this confluence happened last year, and this is the second edition. I'm not going to get into details of that, so I'll go a little bit ahead. So this confluence of entrepreneurs from different sectors on our campus, sharing with our students their precious experience in the journey of where they are right now. I'm not saying successful or failure. Please understand, it is not just the success or failure that defines you. It is the journey that defines you. It is the journey that prepares you for the war. It is the journey that you carry with you out there where there is a bloodshed. So it is the journey that makes you very capable, in fact. Well, I'm also happy to tell you this eminent conference is happening just a day before the finale of 12th edition of Indiapreneur, a business plan competition, which is hosted this year by SBS PGDM. Well, what better than this to have our dignitaries to share their entrepreneurial wisdom with our students, right? So tomorrow is a big day where we'll have almost 25 teams fighting out for the top spot, and I'm sure each one of you will get an opportunity to see that battle and be the witness to that battle. Well, entrepreneurship is a major feature of any economic landscape. I'm sure you'll agree with me, as it drives economic growth, enhances job creation, and is the source of countless ideas, many of which are successfully translated into products and services that touch lives. It is more than just the engine of growth. This is really very important. Entrepreneurship is not just the engine of growth. It is also a factor that makes communities more vibrant, inclusive, and secure through its transformative practices. And President Obama actually referred to these transformative properties that he said that turns idea into reality, that puts rising economies on the path to prosperity and empowers people to come together and tackle pressing global problems from climate change to poverty. So entrepreneurship alone has that power to touch every strand of economic and as well as culture of any country. Well, needless to say that we need more luminaries like the ones sitting in front of us and are with us today to transform our country into a hub of entrepreneurial activity and set it on a permanent path of growth and glory. In fact, if I were to look at the past 8 to 10 years, almost 50,000 startups have come into being. I'm not going to get into too many figures here, but 50,000 startups in last 10 years is something to take note of. And I'm sure as a country, we are poised well, ensuring that we become a great ecosystem for many startups to come and be successful as we move along this path. Well, I once again extend very warm welcome to all our dignitaries and all the fellow directors and all the students sitting here. And we look forward to listening to your illuminating sessions. So once again, I welcome you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Simplicity and hard work has always remained key of success. And this have been taught to us by our Executive Director IGI, Dr. Pandit Mali. Today, as we celebrate Spirit of Entrepreneurship, we request dear Mali sir to share his views with the audience.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you all? Great, good. So at the outset, let me thank today's guests, Ravi, Rajat and Ashutosh. Thank you so much for joining in. And thank you the students also for joining in with a good number. Govinda sir told me that this is a very special series that they have started last year. So we all are aware that we have Indiapreneur happening every year. And this series is basically prelude to that day before, where the entrepreneurs come and they talk to you, they interact, they share their stories with you. So it's very logical actually. I'll say जो रंग उड़ाए जाते हैं वो होली के दिन ही उड़ाए जाते हैं, राइट? दिवाली में तो नहीं उड़ाएंगे ना. सो इंडियाप्रेन्योर के पहले अगर entrepreneurs आके बात करते हैं तो that's very logical. So it's a very commendable thing that you have added to the whole Indiapreneur story. So let's have a big round of applause for ISBS Media for doing that. And I've been seeing, they have prepared wonderfully well actually. This whole series is being projected, is being branded very well. So kudos to the branding team also. Well, we were talking with the guest in the morning, and I must say that you guys are very lucky. You're lucky in the sense that as far as entrepreneurship is concerned, the whole ecosystem today, Startup India, Stand Up India, the government of India is valuing entrepreneurial ventures a lot. So you would see Mudra loans are there. You'd see the entire academia, including AICT, UGC, is talking about innovation and entrepreneurship. We must be receiving one mail every day from AICT about the innovation and entrepreneurship, let me tell you. So from that perspective, you guys are very, very lucky. I know during our times, if somebody has to launch a business, so there were, there was no internet in the first place. There was a TV, of course. So reaching the customer itself was a big challenge, So advertisement, taking your message to the customer itself was a big challenge. And second challenge was taking your products and services to the customer. So you couldn't scale up the business like you can scale it up now, right? At a click, you can reach to the global customer. You can reach to the customer sitting in America, sitting in Europe. That was not the case earlier. So second thing is the technology that is, making your life easy as far as entrepreneurs are concerned. The ecosystem. And the third thing that's happening, this is at macro level. At micro level, I remember when the fathers were marrying their daughters, they look for somebody who's in government job. Forget about private job also. Private job कोई बहुत value नहीं थी. So government में है तो first class, no problem. So business and entrepreneurship बहुत दूर की बात थी. But today that mindset is changing. The fathers are ready to marry their daughters with entrepreneurs and with businessmen. So that's a small change happening, at the micro level. So you guys are lucky from that perspective also, I must say. So I would say that it's a red carpet welcome to you as far as entrepreneurial venture is concerned, and it's everything is served on the platter. And why not take the advantage of that? So, and I'm sure you all will take the advantage of that. I know the young generation, millennials, Generation Z, is basically a venturing, generation. The fear of failure is very less. And the entire ecosystem probably is supporting you. I think during our times, if somebody was failing, he couldn't show his face to the society. Today, if somebody is failing, we just say that he's learning. That's the approach that we have. And you all must take the full advantage of that approach. You all must take full advantage of such properties, such series, and attain them. We have a full-fledged ecosystem where we have entrepreneurship sale also, right? To handhold you during your 2 years, 3 years of journey here on the campus. And I have seen many of the businesses being launched when they, when the student walks out of the campus after finishing the program, MBA or BBA. So you all should, also try to do that. Sit back, relax. We have amazing speakers today. They are going to be sharing their stories. Please be open for questions. Ask the questions. Be interactive. All the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words of wisdom are encouraging as always. Moving on, We now request respected Mali sir and Kumendra sir to come onto the stage and felicitate the speakers with a token of love and gratitude. I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Ravi Pitti sir, CEO, Agni Solar System Private Limited. Next up we have Mr. Ashutosh Parvati, Director and Managing Partner at Cohen Consulting LLP. Mr. Rajat Dhar, co-founder of DigiShape Insurance Broking Private Limited. I would request all the speakers to gather on stage for a group photograph. Thank you, sir. Please take your seats. Priya, do you know solar panels can't withstand extreme environments? No, I guess it's a myth. No, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. Anyways, why are we fighting? Let's hear it from our first speaker. Mr. Ravi Pitti, CEO, Agni Solar System Private Limited. Sir is one of the pioneers in the solar industry, having founded Agni Solar in 1993. Sir was awarded the 50 Most Influential Solar Leader Award in India in 2018. Sir is also the founder of KPay, an innovative embedded fintech startup enabling the pay-as-you-go and as-a-service business model. Sir has done his BS Engineering from Michigan State University and MBA from IME Pune. So we are waiting for you to come and guide us with your valuable inputs. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Raheja, Mr. Mali, the Indira School of Business Studies. Thank you very much for inviting me for this event. It's a real pleasure to be here. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to start with my journey, and I hope that this journey will inspire you all to understand maybe what to do and more importantly what not to do in your lives. So when I got this invitation, I jumped at it because I think in my journey or our journey as we're going towards the sunset, I hope it'll inspire the sunrise in you students as you start your journey. So I'm going to make this present talk a little brief because I'd rather have more interaction with you all, and what's in your mind, I would love to hear it and maybe have it more interactive. So let's get started. So my journey started as an engineering student at Michigan State University in the US. So this was in the late 80s and early 90s. And as an engineering student in some classes, I got introduced to what was then this concept of solar energy. I say concept because that's what it was all about in those days. There was no such thing as a solar business, solar industry. And this concept really fascinated me. Even as a student, I started doing research on what the solar energy is all about. And after graduation, I was recalled back to Pune to join my family business, which was in auto component manufacturing. So I came back, started off at my father's factory, but I was really not interested. This was in January of 1993, so just over 30 years from now. I think the solar bug had already bitten me. So I went up to my father and I said, look, I want to start something in solar energy. And I met with resistance. I was told that, what is this solar energy nonsense? It's okay as an engineering hobby. It's not a business. And he was absolutely right actually, because it wasn't a business. But I was pretty adamant. So somewhere over the next few months, I convinced him to let me take up one small corner of his factory and set up my solar R&D unit. So back in those days, that was all it was all about. It was R&D. As a young engineer, I started doing research on solar technologies. I visited R&D units all over the world, US, Europe. I spent a few months researching under a renowned solar scientist in Germany, and I was really into it. Then a little later, solar water heating started becoming a viable option, and I jumped at the opportunity and got into manufacturing of solar water heating systems. So early 90s, solar water heating systems is where the business journey began. Soon we morphed into other solar products such as solar street lights, lanterns, home lighting systems. But again, these were not financially viable products. They only sold because of government schemes in rural India. Now it is only, I think, in the last decade that these technologies like rooftop solar systems for power generation, large-scale solar power plants have become viable, and since then the market has exploded. Now solar is a huge industry across all verticals, and in fact the large-scale solar power plants generate electricity cheaper than coal even. So Agni Solar's journey is pretty much the journey of the solar industry in India. We have seen it germinate from just an idea to what it has become today, which is the power source of the future. Now my experience in trying to sell solar off-grid products in rural India made me realize that there's a unique challenge. Here is a market where low-income groups in rural India need solar systems as a necessity. It's not a luxury, it's a necessity because of unreliable or low quality grid power. But the unique challenge was, here's a pent-up demand, but there's no affordability. This market segment could not afford to buy these solar products upfront because of the high costs. And it got my brain ticking as to what is a technological solution that I can find to resolve this challenge. Now, as an engineer and coming from that R&D mindset, I always try and think technologically rather than financially, So I was grappling with this problem, and I happened to be at a conference in San Francisco where I was first introduced or heard about this pay-as-you-go technology. And this was like a eureka moment for me. I was like, hey, this is the technology that I was looking for to solve this problem that we have. So initially, I approached pay-as-you-go technology companies. All these technologies were developed in the Western world, and all the technologies were developed on the IoT platform. IoT, as you know, is Internet of Things. So my issue was, if the I in IoT, which is Internet, doesn't exist in rural India, then what is the use of that technology? So that's when I decided, I'm going to develop my own technology. So I'm not a techie, I'm a materials engineer. So I got on board a young techie who I had worked with in the past on other projects, with the firm challenge that we have to develop a pay-as-you-go technology that works without internet and without smartphone. That was the biggest challenge. So we set about, developing this technology, and after about 12 to 18 months of grind and hard work, we were successful. And in fact, we applied for worldwide patents for this technology. Now, just before I go ahead of myself, just to make you understand what is pay-as-you-go technology. So pay-as-you-go is an embedded fintech which consists of a firmware and a software. The firmware, I won't try and be technical, as simple as I can. The firmware is the set of coding that we have developed that gets embedded into the MCU, which is a microcontroller unit of any powered device, allowing the device to be controlled through our software platform. So for example, if somebody wants to buy a solar water heating system, now they can't afford it, let's say it's embedded with this pay-as-you-go technology. So instead of buying it, they'll take it on a pay-as-you-go basis. That is, every time they want to use that device, they'll make a small digital payment. When they make that payment, our software system detects that payment and sends a code to the device to wake up and function for the amount of time that they have paid for. So let's say they paid 100 rupees and it's equivalent to 10 hours of usage. The code will be sent so that the device will function for the 10 hours only, after which it will go back to sleep unless that user recharges that device. So this allows flexibility and affordability of a full range of products and applications which that low-income user earlier could not afford to use. But now they can use it because whenever they have the money or the need, they'll use it. So this technology can be applied for any powered device. It is hardware agnostic. Currently, our technology is being used for home appliances, water dispensers, farming equipment, pumps, electric vehicles, EV charging infrastructure, and even such offbeat applications such as smart public toilets. So moving on to after giving 30 years in the solar business, I recently hired a professional COO to run the Agni Solar business so that I can focus on just providing the vision and roadmap for this business. And I'm spending more of my time and energy in nurturing this new baby, which is KPay, because that itself shows a lot of promise. I mean, it's our belief, our vision that the future of consumption itself will move towards this pay-as-you-go and as a business model. The market segments that we are looking to is one, the low-income groups for affordability, like I just explained. The other is also the Gen Z, like yourselves. What we are finding is that the consumer behavior is changing. People now want to live an asset-like life. They don't want to be constrained with too many assets. And people are mobile. Today, you guys may be, after you graduate, working in Pune. 1 year later, you may be in Bangalore. Let's say you're working in Pune, you buy all sorts of home appliances for your apartment where you're staying. And when you move to Bangalore, you don't want to move all that stuff with you. So if you take all these products on a pay-as-you-go basis, when you're moving, you just give it back and take new products in Bangalore on the same basis. So this concept is changing on a worldwide basis. And we are seeing this pay-as-you-go and as a service business model slowly it's becoming mainstream. We are seeing companies like Philips in the Netherlands, they've launched light as a service, where they literally, set up lighting for entire office complexes free of cost and just charge the customer some, rate per lumen of light that they provide. Similarly, Bosch has launched washing as a service in Germany, where instead of buying their washing machines, you just take it on this pay-as-you-go business model. Every time you want to wash a load of clothes, you make a digital payment and the machine comes on. So our technology is the catalyst for this business model. Now, in my journey of 30 years, I have faced all sorts of challenges. First, it was an early mover challenge. Being a pioneer in some space is not easy. You have to spend a lot of time and effort to develop a non-existent market. I had to spend years trying to tell somebody what is solar energy. Forget about selling a product. First, it was what is solar energy? How will solar energy work? Will it work for you? Is it economically viable? And then we went to the product. So it's very challenging. Then 30 years later, solar has become so competitive, it has become commoditized. So now the challenge is staying relevant in an overcrowded market. But somehow we managed to hold our own and still exist and still be relevant 30 years on. So my takeaway to you students is this, based on my experience, my journey, I've got 3 takeaways for you. 1, follow your passion. Whatever is your passion, follow it. Second, take risks. Like Mr. Mali also said, you guys are young, so take risks. If it doesn't work out, you can always switch to something else. And like he said, the ecosystem now supports risk takers. Third is integrity. Keep your integrity and value systems. In the real world, you will constantly face moral issues and the lure of quick money through shortcuts. But my advice to you is hold on to your values, keep your integrity, and you guys will be a winner in the long run, if not the short run. So thank you. This is where I think would like to end my story, and I would love to interact with you.
Yeah, students, do we have any questions? Yeah, we have one. Ravi sir, there's a question for you.
Good morning, sir. So I'm
Good
Apoop
morning.
Sahu from ISPS PGDM. So my question is, sir, which academic degree, your BS Engineering or MBA, is more impactful in your entrepreneur journey?
Good question. See, in the real world, sometimes it is none. The real world knocks you around so badly that whatever you learned becomes like, you try to think, oh, this is what I learned in the classroom, but it doesn't always work that way. But having said that, I think because I've always remained in the kind of, R&D is in part of our DNA. Even 30 years on, we have a separate R&D unit, and I think I spend my most time, and I won't say I spend my most time, but I enjoy that R&D process the most rather than the regular business. So because of that, my engineering degree has helped me understand the concepts, understand, when I'm talking to engineers and stuff, that does help me to some extent. But practical experience, I think, ends up being the best teacher.
Thank you, sir.
So we do have
Yeah,
one
yes.
more over there. We have a mic.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
This is Raj. So, what I found out on internet is that 75% of the electricity that is generated in India is from means it's not renewable. It's from thermal power plant and all that. So, 75% of the emission comes from. So more of the emission comes from this thermal power plant and all compared to our industries and cars. So what are your thoughts on this? If means what I think is that the government should focus on more renewable energy and not on converting cars to electric to reduce the pollution, which will be a major, really major factor for our planet Earth.
So, what is your question really? I didn't get it.
So I'm asking your thoughts on this that 75% of the emission comes from thermal energy generating, and 25% is based on renewable sources. I'm asking for your thoughts that why doesn't government like focus on renewable energy and it focuses on electric cars for reducing the pollution.
Yeah, so the government is focusing heavily on renewable energy. Since the last 10 years, India has in fact taken the lead in increasing renewable energy around the world. It's been one of the founder members of the International Solar Alliance. It's not going to be a quick fix. We have for the last 70 years just relied on thermal power plants. So it's going to take time for renewable energy to become the majority power producer. But it's getting there. All new power plants, there's a very little investment coming in non-renewable thermal power plants. Most of the investments are going in renewable. So that that ratio is closing in, and in the next, of course, 30 years, renewable will definitely take precedence over thermal power plants. As far as electric cars is concerned, see, primarily the electric cars are, you have to plug it in and charge it through electricity, right? So if that electricity is coming from thermal power plants, you're not really saving the environment. What you're doing is shifting the pollution from the cities where it's been used to the power plants which may be somewhere outside. But it's a start. You need that in the cities too. And as the electricity mix will get more towards renewable, then eventually even the charging of electric cars will be through renewable sources. So, but the government is really doing quite a bit, I would say. I'm not always a big fan of government, but this time, at least as far as renewable energy is concerned, they are doing their bit.
Sir, 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 good morning, sir.
Okay.
Sir, my name is Nakul Sahu. Sir, my question is, in absence of government subsidies in 1993, what measure you take to increasing awareness in the market?
So, actually, in those days, there were subsidies. Because they were not viable by themselves, the government used to have subsidies. But I am not a big fan of subsidies, because what happens is the whole industry is dependent on that. And that means you're dependent on government, and anything that is dependent on government, there is, it's a mess. So without getting into details, it's always troublesome getting the subsidy back for us as well as the customer. So, but initially, if it's not economically viable, that is needed to just push up the market little bit. And once it became viable, all subsidies were removed. So now all solar technologies stand on their own feet. There's no subsidies whatsoever, and they still make more sense than going in for conventional sources like solar rooftop systems, which we do extensively for industries, commercial, etc. They mostly go in for it not for the love of solar or the environment, very frankly. They go in for it because it makes financial sense. Today, if some company puts up a solar rooftop system, it generates power at an average of about 3 rupees a unit, while they are paying to MSEDCL about upwards of 10 rupees a unit. So there's such a huge difference in the power cost, that they recover their cost in within 2 to 3 years, and then it's free for life of the plant, which is about 25 years.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
Sir, you said that first your challenge was to explain what is solar energy, and now your challenge is to stay relevant. So, how do you plan on staying relevant?
When you can't beat them, join them, like they say. So, we learned the hard way. We were so used to a kind of a monopolistic and non-competitive environment that when this boom came and everybody under the sun jumped in, we were at sea for a while. Literally, I mean, everyone. I used to joke with my marketing team कि वो बाजू के वो जो बनिया store, if you go and ask them कि solar rooftop देगा क्या, he'll say हाँ देगा. So it became that competitive. But when COVID came and for 1 year we were just sitting doing nothing, it actually helped us rethink strategies. So we decided whenever we come out of COVID, we are going to go all out, where we have to accept and adopt the environment. It's an environment where it is based on volumes, top line growth, bottom line is not really the criteria because it's so commoditized. And let's just go for top line growth and improve the bottom line as we scale up. So that's what we decided, and we've been pretty successful doing that since 21 onwards, and we're on a fast growth path, where doing what we should have done maybe 5-6 years back, but better late than never.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, good morning. My name is Kaushali Roy. Sir, my question is, apart from your self-motivation, what are the other factors you have contributed to your organization's growth in the last 30 years?
See, I have led the company from the start. I think it's been led with passion more than business acumen. Even though I did my MBA in finance, I think I learned very little from that, which I should have. That is more important. I've learned in life than that engineering thing. But somehow that engineer in me has stayed back. So I've always done everything from passion and this deep desire to produce products or applications that do something good for society as a whole. So that may be very nice for me mentally, but it's not always good business sense. But that's how I've led the organization. Maybe someone who had done it with more business acumen would have taken my company far ahead than what it is. But frankly, I don't have regrets. I sleep peacefully doing that.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
My question to you is, as a management student, that what are the major requisites for a manager who would want to manage a solar system company?
See, just like any other business, now it's become, like any other business, you have to, of course, have some knowledge of the industry, of the product, which doesn't mean that you have to be an engineer, but you have to be able to understand some of, even if you're a manager, say in operations or in installations or even marketing, business development, you have to first understand the product and the concept so that you can market it to your clients. And just having a passion for that line of work always helps. But it's no different from any other business as such.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Harsh Khanulkar from IMP campus. Sir, my question to you is that most of us have a business idea more often than none, but when it comes to execution, there is a big question in our mind about capital. So, in your journey, how did you raise your capital and how did you attract investors and how did you tackle this problem? Thank you.
So see, in my journey, I did not attract capital. First of all, I had some corpus from my family, so that was I was lucky with that. And throughout my 30-year career, I have never taken a bank loan. Again, I go back to that thing. It's not financially prudent not to take a bank loan because I'm not a financially prudent guy, I would say. So I've always just grown the business slowly with my own capital. But today's times are different. You can't wait 30 years to grow a business. Today you have to do it in 3 years. But today you have the opportunities. There are so many VC funds, different bank schemes out there for young entrepreneurs like yourself, which you can take advantage of, which we didn't have. In our times, there was no bank willing to lend money, or there was no VC to say you have some idea, some crazy idea, and here's take money. But now people are willing to give money for crazy ideas. So take advantage of that. And like I said, take that risk, take that jump. If you fail, it'll be a learning curve. I'm telling you today, failure is taken like a badge of honor. There was recently I hired this lady who came to me that I gave up my corporate career and started my own business. I did it for 2-3 years, but I could not manage and I shut it down. So that immediately in my notings went as a tick mark. Here's somebody who's failed, so knows now what not to do. So take that as a part of the learning process. Don't let us dishearten you, and go ahead to the next thing.
I'll take the last question for that matter. One of the most, to me, that sounds like one of the most difficult yet very important part of any entrepreneurial journey or an entrepreneur is to build a compatible and a like-minded team for that matter. I think you may have 100 ideas, but you alone are not going to kind of do everything to ensure that the idea survives and sells. So, what are the challenges did you face, or did you really face any challenge, or what was your experiences while you were actually building a team?
No, see, building a team is a very difficult process, and it's we are constantly learning here. There's no, this is the right way and the wrong way. So it's sometimes pure luck, but I think you have to keep your team always motivated, challenged, and what I've seen lately is that, like we've seen with the students, there's this entrepreneurial mindset. So today's workforce out there, if you give them an option or a chance to earn equity in your company, that really motivates them. I've seen that even with, like I hired a CEO, I'll say, he came with a very, renowned background and worked with multinational as a CEO. And I was surprised, that why are you willing to join my company, which is much smaller? And he said, because in your offer, you said that you'll eventually become a co-partner, you'll be getting equity in your company. And after, working for 15 odd years, I want to be my own boss, even if it's not 100% my company, it will be my part ownership. So I see that as a big motivation to attract good talent and keep them there. So thank you all. You all have been a lovely audience. Like I said, I hope my journey inspires some of you all, mostly what not to do. And good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable and motivational entrepreneurial journey with us and teaching us to take risk, make mistakes, and still holding on to the moral values. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on. Our next speaker strongly believes that we miss 100% of the chances that we don't take. So let's risk it, build it, and live it. Please welcome Mr. Ashutosh Parvati, Director and Managing Partner at CONCEPTUALISE LLP. Sir is an educator, collaborator, mentor, and consultant with acknowledged expertise and talent at various national level competitions on business model development, startup development, entrepreneurship held by prestigious institutions in India like IIT Mumbai, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Chennai, etc. May I request Ashutosh sir to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Hello, am I audible clearly? Okay, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for having me here as well. Next 30-35 minutes of my speech here is going to decide your and my energy for day or for next 2 days. Are you guys ready? Yes, sure? Yes, the system's volume is more than you. I don't want that. I want your volume more than the system. That's where my energy lies. Okay, all right. So stage is mine. I have actually got a piece of paper with me. I'm not sure how much I'm going to use it. I'm not that way very techie guy, but anyways, I'll just keep it here for my reference if I miss on any particular point. It's actually a lovely feeling to be here once again with the students and having experience of at multiple educational institutes interacting with the students has really been an amazing thing. Okay, let's set this energy to altogether a different level. Yesterday I was watching Uri. Got everything? Next 3 seconds are going to set up our energy for next 2 days. Ready? How's the Josh? How's the Josh? My volume is more than you. I don't want that. How's the Josh? Just one corner is coming louder. Where are the rest of them? You guys can also have mics. You have already them, right? With you? Use them. How's the Josh? How's the Josh? Only one corner. Okay, that's still okay. When I got to know the event's name is Indiapreneur, right? I was very, very, very happy. I would not say that I'm the only patriot person here. All of us are patriot, right? When I tell you guys that I just watched Uri yesterday, and I was fortunately watching it with my parents as well. And the kind of energy that complete movie carries throughout 2.5 hours thing is really phenomenal. So my topic as well, I don't decide on my topics as such, but then no kind of outline, no kind of any philosophical knowledge that I'm here to impart on. But then again, the topic name that I have is Entrepreneurship, the saga of value creation and spirituality, right? Again, as Govindra sir rightly was asking, if we may ask you, how many of you want to be entrepreneurs? Raise your hands. How many of you want to be the entrepreneurs? Okay. And what do you all mean by being an entrepreneur? Is it just selling some product or doing some business, earning money or anything like that? How many of you all have mics now with you? Can I have the mics and students, please? Yeah. What is an entrepreneur? Any 2 or 3 definitions from the students? I want them. No technical definitions. Anything that comes to your mind that this particular thing or carrying this particular value is being an entrepreneur itself. What do you mean by it? Anyone? Any thought? He has something. Being sure. Yeah.
So doing something innovatively.
Okay. Innovation is one of the aspects. Next. Anyone? Any other thing coming? The red shirt up there. You can just stand out and yeah.
Hello. Sir, entrepreneur is a problem solver and a risk taker who solves the problem of the community by taking risk and innovating products.
Round of applause for that guy. The lady sitting next to him, she also had raised the hand. Who's there? Yeah, she had raised the hand, yes.
Creating a product that solves the problems of the consumer is and also an innovator and a risk taker.
Okay, all right. Once again, same answer. Yeah.
I see entrepreneur as Iron Man because he's continuously evolving from his mistakes and bringing new solutions for the society and so.
Yeah. Evolution, right? Evolution is the constant process for anything that matter. Okay, let's talk about the what I can say, the tagline that Indiapreneur has, right? Where passion meets potential, right? What do you guys mean by passion, right? Entrepreneurship, when you say it's maybe evolving on something, it's maybe an innovation, it's maybe creating something that solves the problem of society at large. To me, passion is the core of entrepreneurship, right? When we talk about the passion, it's not just that you came across something and that become your passion. No, it's not like that. All are here with me, no mobiles. I'm here for next 30 minutes. Nobody's going to use the mobiles unless I allow you, right? So passion is something where you willingly or you voluntarily invest your time and your energy. Am I correct? How many of you feel that passion relates to investing your time and energy on what you love to do? Agree? Yes, sir. Wonderful. There were times when people loved what they do, right? And all of us here, I mean, most of the entrepreneurs that we are sitting here, we do what we love. That is the difference. Most of the people would not agree with me on this, probably, I'm not sure. But then loving what you do and doing what you love as a basic difference, right? Whether you are BE, whether you are BTech, whether you are BBA, whether you are PCA, any kind of bachelor's degree you are having, any kind of master's degree you are having, any kind of doctorate specialization you are having, has whatsoever no relevance with the passion, right? That is my perception. Maybe the entrepreneurs who are having different kind of experiences might be having their different opinions, but then this is my opinion, this is my learning throughout my journey, right? I've gone through the phases that you guys have been, right? I'm a double graduate, double masters, and recently I've applied for the PhD as well. But then going through all these phases is really a fun thing, absolutely. And मैं कुछ एक आध दो words use करूँगा, but then हिंदी में अगर बात करनी है तो मैंने तो मेरे academics में बहुत सारे कांड भी किए, right? But every single phase of my academics, I have thoroughly been loving that, and post the academics things as well. So where the passion meets the potential, right? We talked about passion already. What is the potential then? How do you gain the potential, or how do you identify that you have the potential for something? Passion is what I told, it has whatsoever no relevance to whatever academics you go through, but then potential has, right? You guys improving on your skill sets, right? That is where you are developing your potential. You are getting knowledge on something, you are getting or you are doing experiments for that matter. That is where you are trying to utilize your potential. Am I correct? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Yes or no? Yes, sir. Louder? Yes, sir. No, I cannot hear you guys. Right? The base part, when the tagline is kept as passion meets potential, right? It's the inherent qualities or inherent things that you have in your heart, which you have planned to do somewhere in your life. You're supporting that passion with the academics. You guys are pursuing PGDM, right? How many specializations? HR, finance, operations, marketing, anything else? Mass media. Okay, all right. So all these specializations, right? These are the options given to you, whether your potential, to identify whether your potential lies in any of these fields or not. Right? PGDM in HR, PGDM in marketing. I'm MBA HR, by the way. Right? So the point to be made here is passion meets potential. Your inherent qualities are getting supported by the academics that you have, and that is where you bridge the gap and you create something. What is that creation is all about? Can anyone let me know? It's there in my topic itself. What is the creation that you talk about? Value creation, right? What is the value that you carry? Any single value, be it spiritual value, be it any interpersonal value, be it any social value, be it any professional value. What are the values, right? If I give you an example, everyone to me? Louder? Yes, sir. Okay. How many of you have heard of TCS? Everyone. Tata Consultancy Services is one of the highly recognized and probably the largest IT service provider company in India. Right? Not sure about the world, but India, TCS is one of the largest one. Okay. So I'm giving you two scenarios now. You are going to tell me where does the value lie? The value proposition for TCS lie, right? First is this year TCS is going to clock 10,000 CR net profit. That's the first scene, right? And the second scene is where other IT companies are giving layoffs to their people and TCS is hiring them because it has Tata in their name. What is the value proposition? The strongest value proposition you think? The first or the later one? All are agreeing it's the second one that has the value proposition? Yes. Louder. Yes, sir. Why? Just because they are Tatas? Just because they are Tatas? Okay. I would not agree just because they are Tatas. Some values which are there, right, in Indian ecosystems, Indian business ecosystems or Indian startups ecosystems for that matter, those values are highly supported by the traditional spiritual base that Indians have. Do you agree or not? Do you agree or not? Yes. Okay, how many, if I may ask you all, how many of you would want to be Mukesh Ambani if given an opportunity, or Ratan Tata for that matter if given an opportunity? How many of you would like to be Mukesh Ambani or Ratan Tata? How many of you would? Raise your hands fast. Don't think much. Okay. On the other hand, how many of you would want to be Baba Ramdev or Sadhguru or Sri Sri Ravi Shankar for that matter? They are also the entrepreneurs. Come on. You just cannot deny the fact they are also the entrepreneurs. Yes or no? How much is the turnover of Patanjali? Anyone has any idea? How much is the turnover of Isha Foundation? How much has the turnover of Sri Sri Ravi Shankar's Art of Living? Any ideas? Come on, take up your mobiles and let me know the figures. Take out. Be louder. 10,000. 8,000. Patanjali has 8,000 CRs of revenue. Anyone else? Isha Foundation, Sadhguru. How much is their annual turnover? Anyone? Take out your mobiles. Google is there to help you out. I'm allowing you to use your mobiles now. Get me the figures. What I told at the start of the session. Your energy is going to decide. I mean, this vibe is going to decide the energy for next 2 days. You guys don't want that energy or what? Want it all, right? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Right? So try to understand the differences which are there when I ask you whether you want to be an entrepreneur or a businessman or a business tycoon like Mukesh Ambani and Ratan Tata. On the other hand, I'm giving you an example of Ramdev Baba and Sri Sri Ravi Shankar and Sadhguru for that matter. Right? They are also the entrepreneurs. What ultimately they are doing? What ultimately they are doing is they are tapping the consumer's right nerve. Aren't they? Right? Patanjali, everything related to health, all the products, Ayurvedic products, blah 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 blah, everything they develop, 8,000 CRs of revenue. Besides that, whatever they earn from yogas and everything, that is altogether different. Yes? Yoga is probably Ramdev Baba's passion. We understand. How he has used that passion to influence the society. He created Patanjali. Trying to understand the difference? Ramdev Baba, Swami Ramdev Baba, has his own value of yoga within himself. Right? That's his passion. And what he is doing is, he created Patanjali and now he's proving his potential to the world as well. And it's getting acknowledged like anything throughout the society, globally, not only in India. Everyone agreed? Okay, wonderful. Now, when I give you the example of TCS, like there are 1,000 companies. The other time we just were discussing something on Paytm, something on Nykaa, something on Vaisa Bazaar as well. When we talk about all these companies, Aman Gupta, when we talk about Aman Gupta, boat comes to your place, right? At what age Aman Gupta started it? Anyone can tell me? Somewhere in 32, 33, he thought of starting with a boat. He did not have anything till then. And how much is the boat's net worth or Aman Gupta's net worth as on date? So yeah, as much as he sits in Shark Tank and clarifies the chase for the people. Again, let's not go to Shark Tank. Okay. The basic funda that I'm trying to focus on is the value creation, right? The value that you are creating has to have long-term impact and not just the short-term. Or you can have something. अगर धंधा करना है तो 2 साल में ऐसा धंधा करो कि अगले 20 साल तक आप बैठ के खा पाओगे, या फिर ऐसा धंधा खोलो कि आपका 25 साल तक धंधा ही चले. क्या प्रेफर करना है आपका ऑप्शन है. आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू सजेस्ट यू ऑन दैट, राइट. 2 साल में धंधा करके 20 साल का पैसा खाना है, या फिर 20 साल 25 साल प्रॉपर्ली धंधा ही करना है. दैट इज अप टू यू. आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू suggest you on that. But the point here is value your efforts, your time and your energy that you are investing, and that is where you respect your passion. Everyone with me? Now let's sing a song. I'm anyways a singer, right? Let's sing a song, and you guys are going to be extremely louder, and I hope you guys must be knowing all is well. Everyone knows just one stanza of that song. अगर आप लोगों को लिरिक्स पता नहीं है तो गेट ऑन टू मोबाइल्स, राइट. एंड एक लाइन मैं कहूंगा, दूसरी लाइन आप लोग गाने वाले हो. एवरीवन, मुझे एनर्जी नहीं मिल रही है. ये कांस्टेंट रहनी चाहिए. मेरी आवाज आपसे बड़ी नहीं आनी चाहिए, आपकी आवाज मुझसे बड़ी आनी चाहिए. क्लियर और नो? टेक आउट योर मोबाइल्स. आई वांट द लिरिक्स ऑन एवरीवनस मोबाइल. कम ऑन, ऑल इज वेल. 3 इडियट्स. एवरीवन हैज वॉच्ड द मूवी. पैसे के पीछे मत भागो, एक्सीलेंस के पीछे भागो. बाकी सब झक मार के पीछे आएगा. क्या दुनिया, राइट? ओके, लेट्स निकालिए. सबने मोबाइल निकाल लिए. अब मैं स्केल वगैरह तो यहाँ पे नहीं दे सकता, बट दैट इज स्टिल ओके. Let's start up. We are going to have that one stanza with us, right? Next 30 seconds. Confusion ही confusion है, solution का पता नहीं. मुर्गी क्या जाने अंडे का क्या होगा. कोई न जाने अपना फ्यूचर क्या होगा. सिटी बजा के बोल भैया, all is well. Wonderful. Gives you some energy or not? Meaningful lyrics. पता नहीं आज रात सोएंगे तो कल सुबह ढंग से उठेंगे भी या नहीं. Fact, very much a fact. 21st century में तो है ही है. आप लोग तो स्टूडेंट्स कैटेगरी में हो, मैं उससे थोड़ा सा ऊपर आ चुका हूँ, थोड़ा सा ही, not much. I'm still a student. But then try to relate these facts with your current life, right? Be practical, be humble, right? 3 things I'm going to tell you, remember them for life. 3 things, just 3 things. C, H and V. C stands for character. Write down in your notebooks if you have them. I would have loved to see you all with your own notebooks and pens. C stands for character. How much ever you grow in your life, how much ever you fail in your life, take your victory and your failure coolly. The first principle of being an entrepreneur. How much ever you succeed, how much ever you fail in your life, take your victory and your failures very coolly. First thing, character. Second is CHV. H stands for, any guesses? No? Humanity. Right? First character, second H stands for humanity. Why? Why humanity? If you're not able to understand the pain of your consumer itself, what kind of entrepreneur you're going to be? You need to have the aspect of humanity within you, right? You have to be at least that much understandable that, okay, this particular person is having some concern. If I have a solution for it, I must provide it to that particular person. Yes or no? Humanity, right? And what is third one? C, H and V. V stands for? Who said vision? Claps for that guy. Character, humanity and vision, right? Once you focus on characters, values will automatically come, right? You are building your own character or you are building the character of your business, the values will automatically come. Most of the businesses, if you have seen, you can still Google it. The values that Tata Group carries, you'll get 5 or 6 values there. The values that Ambani's Reliance Group carries, you'll get the 5 6 values there. Yes or no? Yes or no? Right? So values automatically come when you start focusing on the character part of it. Humanity is very much important because empathy, sympathy, everything is there in the business as well. Though it has a separate identity, but then again, the value, whenever there comes the value, there comes the humanity. Right? So character, humanity, and vision. Why vision? Why vision? Can anyone let me know? Why vision is important in your life? And vision, I'm not talking in terms of just monetary kind of a vision, right? I want to build an empire of say 1,000 crores, 2,000 crores, 3,000 crores. No, I don't want that. What is the vision to you guys? What is the vision to you guys? I already gave you an example of TCS. Now tell me something in that regards. Anyone? Vision. Why? Okay, Kumendra sir's vision is to stay relevant. Okay, fair enough. Why you guys think that companies are mandatory to make their vision and mission statements? Why? Louder. Can we have the mics here, please? Are you guys enjoying it or not? No, not enough louder. Yes or no? Okay. Yeah? Somebody?
Sir, pre-planned about where we have to go.
Where are you ready? Okay. Alright. Pre-planned about?
Where we have to go in future.
Okay, that's the vision. Alright. Anything else? Yes? Can we have the mic there?
Sir, it serves as strategic plan to success.
Mark the word strategy. Mark the word strategy. Right? When you are developing or when you say that I have a vision, if you don't have the strategy behind it to reach to that vision, it's useless. Yes or no? Yes or no? If you guys are pursuing PGDM, and if you don't know that whether you want to be an entrepreneur or you want to be going for the job, right? That's meaningless. Then whether you pursue PGDM, whether you pursue MBA, whether you do PhD, if you don't have the vision for what thing you are going to use it, it's useless. Yes or no? Strategy, one of the major parts of vision. Yes or no? Perfect. Now let's talk about the other values. The competency is there, then the empathy, sympathy is there. What all these value mean to business? I mean, I'm asking you guys, if you guys were given an opportunity to be son of Mukesh Ambani, right? You guys are seeing how Anant Ambani is, right? On the other hand, Mr. Ratan Tata, he is struggling to find his next person who will be carrying the legacy of Tata Group, right? Cyrus Mistry was there, he died. Unfortunately, what kind of incidents took place, we really don't know. They had some clashes. But then, imagine yourself that your parents or your family had that kind of business. How do you make yourself capable of handling that business? Just by taking the education? No, right? Just the education part is not mandatory. Whether you take the degree from Harvard, Stanford, anything for that matter, Oxford for that matter, that's not enough, right? What comes next? Along with education, what you should learn is CHV 1. Second, I just talked about values. If you don't know the values of your parents or your seniors who have been carrying out the businesses for last about 25-30 years, and you are just having a rough vision, you are getting educated and you just wish to have my Oxford graduate who and I wish to sit on the position of MD of Reliance Group. No, nobody's going to entertain you if you don't know what carries, what values the Reliance Group carries. Yes or no? Yes or no? Why you guys chose Indira when all these management colleges are there in India? Probably you got into the list of people who got admissions here. Yes or no? Right? Are you guys understanding or are you guys feeling any difference in the rest of the institutions who have been providing PGDM and Indira? Have you guys tried comparing it ever? Do you find Indira better? Once you are convinced to yourself, then only you move ahead in life. Right? This is the base thing everywhere you go, anywhere and everywhere you go. Right? What is spirituality? Let's keep the value making thing aside. What is spirituality to you guys? Anyone? Segregate or break the spirituality word in one or two words, and you will get to know it by yourself. What is meant by spirit? No, वो ये blue वाला spirit नहीं है जो लगाते हो. No, not that one. What is the spirit? Spirit, आत्मा. अब हम लोग तो ऊपर जाने के बाद ही आत्मा की सोच सकते हैं, right? ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Spirituality, in my eyes, is the ability to understand or to comprehend what your spirit, what your inner conscience is telling you. Yes or no? Ability to understand. We all have different abilities. Yes or no? Some good, some bad. What is spirituality ultimately? अब क्या मैंने अगर आपको सवाल पूछा कि why Mukesh Ambani goes to Guruvayur or why Mukesh Ambani goes to Tirupati or why Tatas go to Tirupati for that matter. Why is it there? Why only maybe Tirupati or why only Guruvayur? Why? Anyone has any answer? Right? है किसी के पास आंसर है? Why only Guruvayur or why only Tirupati? वहाँ पे ISKCON भी है, अक्षरधाम भी है, multiple things are there to go. Why only Tirupati and why only Guruvayur? Their belief and they feel connected there. That is where the crux of spirituality lies. Right? Mark one of my major statements. Obviously, that's made by my spiritual guru, but I'm quoting it here. Money comes and goes. Mark it. If you want, you can write it in your notebooks. Money comes and goes. Morality comes and grows. Got it? Money comes and goes. Morality comes and grows. Right? What do you tag under the terms of morality then? Right? Is it just the team building, or is it just segregating the works nicely, or is it anything else? Okay, what is the nicest full form of team? You guys must be knowing it now, PGDM students. TEAM. Anyone? Seriously? The director sir is telling me the full form, but not the students. Why? Team. You are MB or PGDM students. Come on. Full form of team. Together. Fantastic. Claps for him. Together, everyone achieves more. Right? Likewise, you guys have been seeing me for last about 20-25 minutes, right? Or probably for last 1.5 hours. I've been smiling constantly. Nice smile on my face. Why? Like team, we have the full form for the word smile as well. SMILE. Anyone tried finding it? Anyone? I'm giving you 1 minute. Try finding it on Google. 1 minute. Everyone, come on, into your mobiles. Smile. SMILE. Find it, come on. I want an answer. 1 minute. Smile. I told you the full form of team. Now that is smile. No talks in between yourselves. For these 30 minutes, you are just here to listen to me. Yes or no? Come on, anyone, smile, full form. Oh God. Class for her, but then she's pretty technical. Class for her. Okay. Anyone, smile, full form. Anyone, we have got one answer. Nobody to compete her, really. Why? Guys, you're PGDM students. Here, everyone. Out of your mobiles now, everyone here. Come on, everyone. What is the crux of your education that you're taking? What is the major trait that you guys require while getting educated, while pursuing your academics? Major trait. Research? Yes or no? Google पे research करना इतना difficult है? तो ऐसा बोलो ना. मुझे कैसे समझेगा यहाँ पे नेटवर्क नहीं है? मैंने यूज नहीं किया मोबाइल यहाँ पे आने से. Okay, ठीक है. So smile again. See miracles in life every day. SMILE, see miracles in life every day. Do you guys see that? No. Okay. Director sir has loved the full form that I told. Okay. Yeah. Anyone? Do you guys see the miracles in your life every day? How many of you are living your life or काट नहीं रहे जिंदगी? How many of you are living your life? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. How many students are here? 150, 200? कितने लोग जिंदगी जी रहे हैं? काटने वाले नहीं चाहिए मेरे को. उम्र कटती है, जिंदगी कटती नहीं है. सब लोग जी रहे, जिंदगी जी रहे. पक्का? पक्का? अभी भी नहीं आ रही आवाज. मैं अकेला. I have mic, I agree, but then still your voice should be louder than me. Okay, alright. ये जो definitions है ना, जिंदगी जीने की जो definition है ना, ये कितने भी failure या फिर कितने भी successful आप क्यों ना हो जाओ, keep this constant. Live your life, your ways. Don't give anything to anyone. You understand what I mean? Don't give any dash to anyone. Clear? I'm not going to use any of those words here. All are with me? Okay. One last song before I leave the stage, and then we'll have the question answer session. Right? How many singers in the auditorium? Come on, raise your hands. How many singers? Hey, yeah, please give the mics to singers. At least 2 of them. At least 2 of them. Quick. No noise. Just 2 singers, and they can maybe come up on the stage as well. I would love them to have them here. Please, 2 of them. Any 2 of them on the stage. Come on, fast. Come on. Fast. Guys, you are taking a lot of time. We don't have this much time. Come on, come up. Okay, in all. Look at me, everyone. Yeah. Atul sir is here. Let's welcome him with a lot of round of applause. Wonderful. Okay, everyone to me. Last 25 minutes were productive? Seriously, I'm not just asking for the sake of asking it. Last 25 minutes were productive, got some energy into your mind, into your physic. Here? Yes, sir. That is the difference between जिंदगी जीना और काटना. Understood? टेक्निकल आपको पीजीडीएम सब लोग मतलब वो आप वही सीख रहे हो. टेक्निकली आप लोग सीख रहे हो. Yes or no? जो आपको चाहिए that is energy. How do you get that? 10 लोग एक साथ बैठ के रिसर्च करो. किसने रोका है आपको? You go for competitions. You perform the research papers, you present the research papers, you perform the street plays, any of the competitions, you work together. Why you become successful there is because 5 or 10 people are coming together and doing something with one point of focus. That is where the success lies, right? And this value creation kind of thing in spirituality, they help you develop your own potential. Understood? That was my message for this particular session. Where passion meets potential, right? Passion is what you already have, and the PGDM or PGPM, whatever you are pursuing, that is helping you develop your potential. Yes or no? Yes, sir. Try to add these 2 values as well to it, and you are going to clock lots of miles ahead for the success. Yes or no? Wonderful. Okay, chalo, let's have last song. Suraj Dubai Yaro. Everyone knows. Everyone is going to sing along with me, huh? Not one line me and one line two. सब लोग एक साथ गाने वाले हैं. किसके पास माइक से सिंगर्स? I have just last 1 minute here. मतलबी हो जा जरा मतलबी, दुनिया की सुनता है क्यों, खुद की भी सुन ले कभी, कुछ बात गलत भी हो जाए कुछ तेरे पल भी खो जाए
इस तरह से चले
लाउडर सूरज डूबा है यारो दो घुट नशे के मारो रास्ते भुला दो सारे घर सारे के अब मुझे लिरिक्स तो पता नहीं wonderful three cheers to all the energy hip 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 thank you so much
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Amazing session. Thank you so much.
Wow, I can still feel the high energy in the entire auditorium. Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful and power-packed interpretation of entrepreneurship. Priya, have you heard of digital insurance? Yes. It's a new era rural insurtech company provided access to various insurance products in rural India. I would like to welcome Mr. Rajat Thar, co-founder DigiSafe Insurance Broking Private Limited. Sir has completed his MBA in marketing from NIL LMCMS. Sir has been awarded as CEO Top Performer Award 2019 Badging, awarded as Badging Superstar for July month 2019. Awarded as Top Performer for the quarter in Agri Town Hall November 2019. So has been consistent in claim minimization and kept the claims low for 2 consecutive seasons. So has been assigned as a master trainer and then a super trainer by Government of India 2020. So we would be pleased to hear from you. Over to you, sir, for the session.
Good morning to everyone. I can see, the potential entrepreneurs over here. Tomorrow, you all could be the best of best entrepreneurs, and I hope I would wish you all the best. Thank you, ISBS, for inviting me in here and giving me this opportunity. I'm really humbled, and it would be great to share my part of entrepreneur journey with all of you. And I hope that I could add some value to your life, and maybe that could help you to you know not even if entrepreneur, but in your life somewhere. So I did my MBA in marketing, and then I started my career with a company which was into logistics. So everything was fine over there. I mean, I was doing good. I was getting appreciated and everything. But again, there was something missing. Then I thought that maybe the growth opportunity is not there, because everything I felt like that growth was kind of stagnant there. Then I switched on, and I went on to join another company which was into mass media. And then I thought that okay, the stage is set and I could start flying over there. But again, at some point of time, after 2 years or so, I felt like I'm not complete. There is something that is I'm not connecting to. Then I totally moved on to a different sector, and I joined this company which was into agriculture and agriculture technology, agriculture science, and majorly it was into agriculture insurance. So I worked there for some time, and then it felt like that yes, this is what I wanted to do. So it struck me, and then moving into my career, I joined a company called Bajaj Allianz. And over there, over a period of time, I was given a very big portfolio of catering to rural insurance, and we used to travel to remotest part of India, and we used to visit places which I've never been to. And prior to that, I was not even knowing about agriculture, but somehow I don't know, it connected, and I felt like yes, this is where I want to work. And then it started in year 2020, when everybody was worried about their job. We were some, you can call us freaks. We were some people who choose to leave our jobs. That time everybody was worried that laying off were going on everywhere. And 2020 was the year when I left my job. It was going on, I mean, the idea was there to start something for rural insurance. But then during COVID times, the realization was more that yes, this is the right time to start something. And then me, along with my fellow founders, we started exploring, what we could do. We did a lot of research. We did, because actually we were expert in that field, giving our so much of experience in rural insurance. We knew all the loopholes or the problems that the farmers faced. So I don't know if you people know about crop insurance. It is basically getting your agricultural products, getting your crops insured. So you people might be knowing about motor insurance, I mean car insurance, bike insurance, or health insurance, or maybe even life insurance. But very few of you might be knowing about crop insurance. So what we do in crop insurance is basically insuring the crop. So it is not a simple insurance. I mean, you cannot simply just looking at the crop, or maybe there are no such incidents like a car accident or something where you can verify that okay, there has been an accident and he is eligible to get paid. But in crop insurance, there are a lot of problems, there are a lot of issues. So we identified the problem. Now we wanted to give the solution. And like all the entrepreneurs, I mean, we all have the ideas, but how to execute it? I mean, paisa bahut zaruri hai. So that stuck us badly. I mean, how do we start? Then we ourselves, we started as a seed fund, and we started off this company. But but the thing that we knew was that till today we are sure about is that we know the product, we know the market, we know the nitty-gritties of it. So what could go wrong? So going forward in my session, I would tell you more about the journey, and how we are here from where we started. So just to take you forward, I would like to share few of my you can say few of my ways of looking into life, which has helped me a lot, and I hope that it would help you also in going forward with your life. So the first point that I would like to discuss with you is don't get associated with people which are totally like-minded as you are. So why I'm saying that? So it is a very common phenomenon. It is a general thing that we people find our tribes. We people find our common type of people. You also sitting over here. You all might be making groups, maybe sitting together in somewhere with your group, with your gang. So it is if you are not getting you are not sitting with any other groups. So maybe different streams, maybe people from marketing would be sitting together, people from HR would be sitting together, from people from other operations or other verticals might be sitting together. So this is how we are as a human being we do. But what happens then? Within ourselves, within our groups, if we keep ourselves stuck to this group only, this is very much common that we are going to learn nothing new. I mean, it is always between the same people, sharing the same ideas, sharing the same information. But what if you are spending time with a guy from operations? So you got to learn more about operation things. Same happens now. I'm giving an example because you are in a college or in a university. But while you go to a corporate life, corporate job, the same thing happens there. People from sales will be sticking together. People from HR will be sticking together. People from finance will be sticking together. But As an entrepreneur, we should learn to know all these traits. I just simply cannot have sales traits because I'm a sales guy. I cannot have sales trait and I cannot run a company. I should know finance, I should know HR, I should know other all the other skill set as well. So it is always better if you can. It is our human nature that we stick to our gang. But if we can extend ourselves and we could be with people who have different mindset, who have different likes and dislikes, and who have different things to share with us. The second point that I would like to share with you is the feeling of entitlement. So just to simply put forward that feeling of myself that I am the special one, I deserve better, I should be treated better than anybody else in here. So this comes generally, this after some time, when we feel like that we have achieved something in our life or achieved something in wherever we are, maybe as a student also, you feel like that, okay, I did enough, I am the topper of the class, so I should be treated specially. So this entitlement feeling should not come to us, because whenever this comes, then we we tend to lose our touch. We tend to fell in that trap that, okay, we are special and we need not do anything. Everybody else is there to do my work. Everybody else is there to take care of every other things. I should be special treated. I should be given the best seat. I should be given the best treatment by everybody else. So we should stop doing this. I mean, we should not feel having that feeling. The third point is being comfortable. Now what happens nowadays? Everybody among us, we are given so much of privilege, so much of easiness in our life, that what we need to do, I am just hungry, I need to order food. So what do? I just go into Zomato or Swiggy and I order food. And in case of I need to go somewhere, I book an Ola or something. Or in case of any other, everything in this world is making us comfortable. But should we, fall in that trap? Should we be really comfortable? Or should we come out of a comfort zone? So, for example, suppose, there could be so many of you sitting in here. So many of you could be, fearful of maybe speaking in public. So that is your uncomfort. That is where you get uncomfortable. Now, if I, call anybody from here, you'll be very uncomfortable that I cannot go there in the stage because I've never been to. Your comfort zone is sitting over there in the last bench and not answering to anybody, or maybe there are so many uncomfortable, there are people who would want to, interact with certain people, would want to, tell them about their wishes or maybe about their internal desires, but they are not doing that because that is uncomfortable for them. What would happen if the other person refuses, or other person, tells not agreed with that? So this is the comfortableness, which we should drop, and we should rather do which makes us uncomfortable. Now this is the best time for you. Why I'm sharing this with you? Because maybe in my position, I may not be able to do whatever I want to do right now. But you in a place right now, you can get away with all your uncomfortabilities. You can choose that whatever gives me comfort, I should just give it away, and let's try to be as much uncomfortable as possible. So just to take this session forward, I would like to share three stories of one of the greatest genius of our era, Mr. Steve Jobs. So why I'm sharing this, because just to give you an idea how his life has been and how he defines his way of life, and what makes changes in his life, and how he tackled his problems and found solutions for that. So I would request for the first video.
It's about connecting the dots. I dropped out of Reed College after the first 6 months, but then stayed around as a drop-in for another 18 months or so before I really quit. So why did I drop out? It started before I was born. My biological mother was a young, unwed graduate student, and she decided to put me up for adoption. She felt very strongly that I should be adopted by college graduates, so everything was all set for me to be adopted at birth by a lawyer and his wife. Except that when I popped out, they decided at the last minute that they really wanted a girl. So my parents, who were on a waiting list, got a call in the middle of the night asking, "We've got an unexpected baby boy. Do you want him?" They said, "Of course." My biological mother found out later that my mother had never graduated from college and that my father had never graduated from high school. She refused to sign the final adoption papers. She only relented a few months later when my parents promised that I would go to college. This was the start in my life. And 17 years later, I did go to college. But I naively chose a college that was almost as expensive as Stanford. And all of my working class parents' savings were being spent on my college tuition. After 6 months, I couldn't see the value in it. I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life, and no idea how college was going to help me figure it out. And here I was, spending all the money my parents had saved their entire life. So I decided to drop out and trust that it would all work out okay. It was pretty scary at the time, but looking back, it was one of the best decisions I ever made. The minute I dropped out, I could stop taking the required classes that didn't interest me and begin dropping in on the ones that looked far more interesting. It wasn't all romantic. I didn't have a dorm room, so I slept on the floor in friends' rooms. I returned Coke bottles for the 5-cent deposits to buy food with. And I would walk the 7 miles across town every Sunday night to get one good meal a week at the Hare Krishna temple. I loved it. And much of what I stumbled into by following my curiosity and intuition turned out to be priceless later on. Let me give you one example. Reed College at that time offered perhaps the best calligraphy instruction in the country. Throughout the campus, every poster, every label on every drawer was beautifully hand calligraphed. Because I had dropped out and didn't have to take the normal classes, I decided to take a calligraphy class to learn how to do this. I learned about serif and sans serif typefaces, about varying the amount of space between different letter combinations, about what makes great typography great. It was beautiful, historical, artistically subtle in a way that science can't capture, and I found it fascinating. None of this had even a hope of any practical application in my life. But 10 years later, when we were designing the first Macintosh computer, it all came back to me. And we designed it all into the Mac. It was the first computer with beautiful typography. If I had never dropped in on that single course in college, the Mac would have never had multiple typefaces or proportionally spaced fonts. And since Windows just copied the Mac, it's likely that no personal computer would have them. If I had never dropped out, I would have never dropped in on that calligraphy class, and personal computers might not have the wonderful typography that they do. Of course, it was impossible to connect the dots looking forward when I was in college, but it was very, very clear looking backwards 10 years later. Again, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever. Because believing that the dots will connect down the road will give you the confidence to follow your heart, even when it leads you off the well-worn path, and that will make all the difference.
So this was the first story. Now I would like to ask you people, what do you get out of this story? What do you understand out of this story? Anybody, please. Anything that you understand from this story? That's true. I mean, it's not about also learning, but it's about whatever we do in our life. We should not think that there is a failure or there is something that would ruin my life. It's the fear of failure first of all. So he was dropped out of the college. many of us might think that this is our end of life. We might think that, okay, I cannot get a good job for me, or maybe I won't be able to make a good life for ourselves, for myself. But this could still happen. He dropped out of college, and because he was dropped out, he could concentrate on learning typography. And what in turn what it made him, he was able to put that typography in Macintosh, and it was one of the beautiful thing that we could have till today. So anything that you do will anyways eventually it will connect in our life. What in future, right now you may not be able to connect it, but maybe in future 10 years down the line, or 15 years down the line, you'll always remember that, okay, this was my turning point. This is where I previously I thought that this was what I did wrong, but this is what I did the best for my life. So this is what we can learn from the first story of Steve Jobs. Second story, please.
My second story is about love and loss. I was lucky. I found what I love to do early in life. Woz and I started Apple in my parents' garage when I was 20. We worked hard, and in 10 years, Apple had grown from just the two of us in a garage into a $2 billion company with over 4,000 employees. We just released our finest creation, the Macintosh, a year earlier, and I just turned 30. And then I got fired. How can you get fired from a company you started? Well, as Apple grew, we hired someone who I thought was very talented to run the company with me. And for the first year or so, things went well. But then our visions of the future began to diverge, and eventually we had a falling out. When we did, our board of directors sided with him. And so at 30, I was out, and very publicly out. What had been the focus of my entire adult life was gone, and it was devastating. I really didn't know what to do for a few months. I felt that I had let the previous generation of entrepreneurs down, that I had dropped the baton as it was being passed to me. I met with David Packard and Bob Noyce and tried to apologize for screwing up so badly. I was a very public failure, and I even thought about running away from the valley. But something slowly began to dawn on me. I still loved what I did. The turn of events at Apple had not changed that one bit. I'd been rejected, but I was still in love. And so I decided to start over. I didn't see it then, but it turned out that getting fired from Apple was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. The heaviness of being successful was replaced by the lightness of being a beginner again, less sure about everything. It freed me to enter one of the most creative periods of my life. During the next 5 years, I started a company named Next, another company named Pixar, and fell in love with an amazing woman who would become my wife. Pixar went on to create the world's first computer animated feature film, Toy Story, and is now the most successful animation studio in the world. In a remarkable turn of events, Apple bought Next, and I returned to Apple, and the technology we developed at Next is at the heart of Apple's current renaissance. And Lorene and I have a wonderful family together. I'm pretty sure none of this would have happened if I hadn't been fired from Apple. It was awful tasting medicine, but I guess the patient needed it. Sometimes life's gonna hit you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith. I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did. You've got to find what you love, and that is as true for work as it is for your lovers. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking and don't settle. As with all matters of the heart, you'll know when you find it. And like any great relationship, it just gets better and better as the years roll on. So keep looking, don't settle.
Now the second story. Anybody, it is supposed to be an interactive session. Anybody who can tell the gist of it, like what do we learn from the second story? Anybody? Mics? Where are the mics? No mics? Yes, somebody from there.
So it is you who decide who is the failure, or like you want to be failure in life or not? Because he decided not to be a failure and he decided to cope up with that and succeeded.
That's great. Anybody else would want to add anything?
So, love what you do, trust the process, life has bigger plans for you.
Yeah, sorry?
Love what you do, trust the process, life has bigger plans for you.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So, yeah, I mean, just looking at his story, so, you can feel the pain of just kicking out of your own company, which you have built by your own blood and sweat. So, just feel for him. So he built this company, out of nowhere, and he was the CEO of the company and everything, but he was, ultimately he was being kicked out of the company. What anybody, in his place would do, I mean, they would rather go into depression mode. They would stop doing anything and go somewhere, just as he also mentioned that he decided to go out of the valley. But instead, what he did, he, took this failure as an opportunity. He didn't take this failure as a, failure. He took this as a learning that, okay, let's, utilize whatever learning I had in my Apple days or Macintosh days, and let's utilize it in my next, venture of whatever I do. Then he built something which was, at that time more valuable than Apple. Then next is the company that he built. And after that, Pixar and other things, he was also associated with Walt Disney. So, these are more major successes that he did after that biggest failure of his life. But he was not back down. He, pulled himself up. He did what was right to be done at that point of time, and he got more success. And ultimately, he was called back into the Apple ecosystem again. So this is the learning. We should not fear from losing out. We should not fear that what would happen if we get the failure. Failure is a part of life. Failure has to be there. Maybe in coming some points, I would also tell about my story, my journey, where at some point we felt like we have failed, and there are so many times that I felt like that I failed in my life. But that happens, once you stand up and once you do what is required to be done, then everything would be fine. Everything would be on your way. Third video, please.
My third story is about death. When I was 17, I read a quote that went something like, "If you live each day as if it was your last, someday you'll most certainly be right." It made an impression on me, and since then, for the past 33 years, I've looked in the mirror every morning and asked myself, if today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I am about to do today? And whenever the answer has been no for too many days in a row, I know I need to change something. Remembering that I'll be dead soon is the most important tool I've ever encountered to help me make the big choices in life. Because almost everything, all external expectations, all pride, all fear of embarrassment or failure, these things just fall away in the face of death, leaving only what is truly important. Remembering that you are going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You are already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart. No one wants to die. Even people who want to go to heaven don't want to die to get there. And yet, death is the destination we all share. No one has ever escaped it. And that is as it should be, because death is very likely the single best invention of life. It's life's change agent. It clears out the old to make way for the new. Right now, the new is you. But someday, not too long from now, you will gradually become the old and be cleared away. Sorry to be so dramatic, but it's quite true. Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary. Stay hungry, stay free.
So, any input about the third story? Anybody? About the third story? Anybody?
Hello,
Nobody?
sir.
Nobody's interested? Yeah.
Sir, meaning of third story is get always ready for get the knowledge. Sir.
Get
always ready for knowledge, sir.
Knowledge.
To acquire knowledge.
Yeah. So I guess somewhat you're right. But what we fear that what would happen if I do it wrong? People would criticize me. People would tell me you didn't do it wrong, or maybe we always have this fear that if I do anything wrong, then people would judge us or won't respect us or look at in other ways. But if you feel like that this is the last day of my life, and the next day would be maybe a fresh day, then maybe you won't worry about all this, that what people would think, what would they think. But you should rather concentrate on doing your best so that people remember us after we are not here, so that what we did, it should be remembered to everybody that he did this right. But we should not be worried about what other people think about us, what their opinion is. Just trust your gut, just trust your own internal voice, and just keep doing what you feel the best that you can do for that particular day. So these are the three stories that I think everybody should follow and would definitely inspire. Now, because I've been given a summon, so I don't have much of time, but just moving, finishing the session, I would give you some of the tips that if in any point of time or in future, if you want to be an entrepreneur, then there are certain points that you should remember that has also helped me, and during the course of time that would keep on helping every entrepreneur, maybe especially me. So the first point that we already have discussed and we have been discussing is patience. This is as a tagline of this event also. Patient means potential. So what do we mean by patient? So anything that we do it by our utmost, sincerity and with our willness that I just want to do this. So for an entrepreneur, he should be very passionate about his idea, about what he wanted to do. It is not that I just have an idea and in next 2 days somebody tells me that this is not going to work out, and then you just drop it. No, if I have a passion for something, if I'm passionate about something, I would keep going with it. I would grow with it. I would sleep with it. I will rise with it. So I'll not just let it go. So I will keep on growing it. So that patience has to be there. Number one. If any day, if you want to be an entrepreneur, like Ravi told that he wanted to be in solar business. So despite of the fact that his family business was different, but still he went against his family's will, and he started building that organization, and now that organization is bigger enough, and then now he started with another baby of his. So it is people would always keep you telling about things, but if you are passionate about something, if you are passionate about, like if I talk about myself, I was passionate about this rural insurance. I wanted to see what I could do. There were so many difficulties. There were so many. Everybody told us that you people might be knowing about Policy Bazaar. This is the biggest competitor in our market, in our industry. But we could have just went into their footsteps and could have done insurance which is into the urban area. So let me tell you, just going to my business part. So what we focus on is the rural India. We don't focus into tier 1 or tier 2 cities. We directly focus into tier 3 and beyond. So we don't focus in I have my office in Pune, but I don't operate much in Pune. I operate in Saswad, Purandar, Baramati, and other places, not in proper Pune. So what challenges do we face? We have a lot of challenges. We don't find that infrastructure in rural area. Whosoever is operating in rural area, this is the biggest challenge for them. In urban, you would find everything. Every person is aware of insurance. Talking about insurance, you people might be knowing about insurance, some form of insurance. But in villages, nobody knows about insurance. And despite of the fact that this is the biggest market, rural India is the biggest market. 70% of our total population lives in rural India. But still, nobody is interested in going into the rural area. Why? Because there are so many challenges. We have to start from the scratch. There is nothing built over there. So, but we chose the difficult because, this is our passion. This is what we want to do. We would reach somewhere. We are going, deeper and deeper into rural, and we are pretty sure that we'll be reaching to the places or to the position where we want to be. Second point that I would like to talk to you about is the product. So product is it doesn't mean that it is a commodity or something. It could be services. So whatever idea you have. So suppose you want to open a consultancy. So that is a kind of a service, or you want to start with a product in terms of commodity. So FMCG, anything. But before starting, you should know about your product. Just know in and out about your product. Know everything. So R&D is one part of it. Market research is one part of it. And then just learning about the product is part of it. You just heard about a product that in US something is going on very crazy. Let's start it in India. No, it is not going to work out. You have to know about that product in and out. If that product is suitable for Indian market or not. If there is a feasibility is there or not, if the consumers that we are targeting to, are they interested in our product or not, or if that product is something unique or not. Everybody has product, everybody has something to sell, but is it something that that has some uniqueness so that others doesn't have it? Do I have that competitive edge or not? So you have to know in and out of your product, and then moving on, you should keep innovating your product. It is not the same product that I started with 5 years back and I will continue doing it. No, it is going to eventually fail. Classic example is Nokia. They didn't do any innovation. So on the go, we have to work on our product. Third point, just before starting your company, you should know, or maybe once you are kind of one step ahead, then you should know your team. You should have a very trusted and talented team. This is one of the biggest factor. I mean, once you doesn't have a good team, I don't think it works. So it is like opening a shop or something, because without a team, you cannot expand. You cannot go into markets. You cannot, win over geographies. So you have to have a, trusted. Why do I say trusted? Because while we started this company, we handpick certain people. We handpick certain, very trustworthy people with ourselves, which, we know that these are the faces who would do anything for us. I mean, anything for the company. So be it, if they are not restricted to any kind of a particular role. If they are given a different role, they can do it. So flexible and trustworthy, talented people we should hire while, starting off with a company. Fourth point, which we have discussed a lot in this session, so it's the failure. I mean, we should always embrace the failure. We should not just fear of it. So I would just going into my journey. So during our days, it was 6-7 months was going okay. We did a lot of expansion and a lot of business. We went to a lot of places, but a time came when we felt like we have not been able to cope up with it. This happens with every company, every startup. So because we expand so much that the runway that we have, the fund that we have, it keeps on depleting, and a time would definitely come when you feel like no, it is not going. And then at the same time, we have been looking for investors, but investors don't trust you once you doesn't have that kind of a trusted product or a trusted model or something. So you have just started in 6 months, 7 months, 1 year, and you go for you go ask for funding. Then people would say that okay, let's give another 3 months. Let's see you for another 6 months. So this is what happened with us. Everybody told us that okay, technology platform is okay. You have developed a good technology platform, but where is your CTO? We didn't have any CTO that time because we didn't have that much of fund to hire a CTO. Then your product is ready, but we feel like that it hasn't been tested and tried it that much. So let's give you 6 months, but we didn't have 6 months. So we had the fear of failure that time, that we won't be able to pay salary to our employees, and we were very much kind of shut. But it happens. Then one investor came and they were like, we want to collaborate, and then now we are funded within 1 month of our 1 year of our operation. So we don't know what they've seen in us. Others didn't see, but somebody is there, someone is there who is always willing to help you. And they were, the same vision, same mentality like us. They also want to grow. They also want to expand the business in the areas that we want to. So we should not be fearful about the failure. Fifth and most important point, we as an entrepreneur, we want to get 5 times, 10 times, 20 times, invest revenue or profit. But what happens in the long run, that we miss out on the point that once we set the goals, but we are not able to achieve it, then everybody is demotivated. So we should keep small targets, small achievable targets, and then keep consistently achieving those targets. So what would happen then? Everybody, this is not only for entrepreneur, this is also for you. You should not just sit on one day and try to do all the studies overnight. Keep it small, like before exams, 3 months prior to exam, keep on doing, keep on studying, and keep yourself practice for that exam or for that event. So it is for everybody. So we should set small targets which are achievable, and keep on achieving, so that consistency is there, and by that we develop that confidence within ourselves. So with these words, I would like to end this session. Thank you for being a lovely audience. Thanks a lot. So I think we don't have much of time, but then also if you people would like to put forward any question, that I would love to answer them. Yeah.
I have one question. Anyone?
Sir, here. Sir, how should I determine whether I am capable of starting a business?
Can you raise your hand?
Sir, here.
Okay. So you want to determine if you are capable of starting a business?
Yes, sir.
So it is not about capability. See, it is about if you are willing to or not. Nobody is going to certify you that you are able to start a company or not. It comes within yourself. That that happened with me also. It is not that I thought of 15-20 years back that I would start my own venture. It is the willingness. Somewhere you feel like that, okay, I am, why should I work for someone else if I have all the skill sets, if I know I have this authentic idea within myself, if I have the team with me, then why shouldn't I start my own? So this is a feeling that would come to you someday. It is not, you cannot force it. If I can be an entrepreneur or not, if it is inside me or not, that is not, it is not something that you force to, but it would come, it would automatically, it would, naturally it would come within you, that if you want to start something of your own. But one more thing, just to be practical, I would want you all that, just after getting passed from the, I don't know if you people are experienced in job or not, but just after finishing your MBA, there are so many people who, without knowing, there may be people who already have some kind of ideas, but before starting, just go through it. Just for the sake of opening a company, someone was telling that being your own boss, don't start it. You cannot be your own boss, because believe me on this, you have to take care of so many families that are associated with, those are associated with you. So just being your own boss won't work. But again, coming to your question, it would come to you naturally. Just keep on exploring what areas you want to work, what are the interest areas that you have, and do you want to really go into that and do your own, or you want to just do job or work for, in corporates for some time in that particular zone. So suppose you want to be in any particular field, you work in a corporate for 2 years, 3 years, just learn the nitty-gritties, just learn all the, whatever possibilities, whatever problems are there, and then, try to solve that problem. Just don't jump into it that I just want to be an entrepreneur. It is not like that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Last question I think we can take. Yeah.
So my question to you is that being a student of the finance sector, how did you find the agri insurance sector increasing? Because where other companies are trying to shut down on the agri insurance products due to higher claims in the sector due to climate change, what did you find integrating, and how did you solve the problem of higher claims?
See, it's every sector has its pros and cons, but what matters is how do you like about that sector. So as I already told, I saw that bigger picture. So agriculture insurance or agriculture itself is the major GDP of India. I mean, if you know it. So agriculture is, our economy is based on agriculture. We are not industrial or kind of depending on other sectors. So this is so big that there would be parts where there could be losses or there could be problems, but there could be so many other vacant places where the insurance is going on very very smoothly. So if you are right about it, that if you talk about crop insurance, there are so many losses, there are so many problems, but then we came to solve this. So what you are talking about is the government scheme. Government scheme is going on over different states in Maharashtra and other states. So I have myself worked in this government scheme. I have worked for almost 5 years. So I know the problems in there. So why the problems are there? Because so many, people are not getting it because there are so many interventions are there, manual interventions are there, people are involved, and there are so many, wrong things happening. So we want to cut off, remove all these hurdles, and we want to make it more simplified so that every, farmer, they get a transparency about their insurance and they get what they have paid for. It is not that, if you have paid a premium for insurance, then you will get claim. It is otherwise around. If you are into losses, you will definitely get the claim. So this is what we are trying to create, the transparency.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we all know paisa bahut zaruri hai, but with your journey, we got some real interesting way on how to earn it. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. Moving on, now let us formally introduce our next guest, Dr. Atul Wadegaonkar, Managing Director, AW Consultant. Sir is an IIT alumnus and has an extensive experience of 35 years in research, digital transformation and strategic business management in both the public and private sectors of education industry. As a Chief General Manager at MKCL, Sir has created strategies, development and execution plan for software related to student life cycle management, online admissions, web-based recruitments, library management and e-governance. Before we request Atul sir to start with his session, may I please request Kumendra sir and Shikha ma'am to come onto the stage and felicitate Atul sir with the token of love and gratitude.
Very good afternoon. Am I audible? Visible? Great. How many of you follow IPL? Good. How many you are there on LinkedIn? You know Praveen Tambe? You know, here all young generation and other side now, Praveen Tambe the entrepreneur. 6 months old entrepreneur. 58 not out, what you can call it. Now let's go to the second question. How many are, almost all of you are there on LinkedIn? Last week there were 2 webinars. One was on use of chat GPT for senior citizen serving market, and yesterday Satya Nadella's talk was there about future of work and productivity and AI. How many of you have heard? Anyway, that's good. Why? Because you know, I'm going to talk about technology. You are not aware of technology, so there is a comfort zone for me. Fine, but you know, I am going to talk about the tipping technology. Whenever any technology matures, it becomes available for common man. How many of you have given a try to chat GPT? Yes. For your assignments and questions? Great. So you have empathized with your problem to solve the assignments and sessionals, and you got the solution. So one of the fundamental thing for entrepreneurship is that empathize with the problem, there is a business opportunity. That is, you know, hard-learned lesson. I'll talk about few triologies. You know, I have age on my side, so I have a lot of time in my life to synthesize the things. So what I'm going to share here with you is the synthesis that I have done over these years and how then I got into entrepreneurship. So workers and employees, students and educational institutes and citizen and government. This makes the society, agree? Changes are happening in the society, students, educational institutions, citizens. Another triplet is of higher educational institute, HEI means students, scholars and subjects. This makes higher educational institute, agree? Then change, technology is changing, market is changing and mother nature is changing. कल ही देख लिया आपने मदर नेचर चेंज का जलवा कि नहीं देखा? सोचा था 2 दिन पहले 38 मुंबई और कल 18 डिग्री हो गया. So it's changing. Now what is difference? You know, we are on the second half of the chessboard. Acceleration का भी acceleration हो गया, and that makes the situation challenging as well as creating a lot of opportunities. Now, अगर आप मधुमक्खी देखते हैं तो आपके दिमाग में क्या आता है पहले? हनी भी आता है. अच्छा, उसको मधुमक्खी को हनी भी अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं. You know, if you fear about कि मुझे काटेगी तो एक एस्पेक्ट है. देखते हैं काटती है कि ये दूसरा नजरिया है. तीसरा और इकट्ठा करते हैं, बिजनेस शुरू करते हैं. So whether you are get threatened out of it or you look for opportunity, that mindset decide whether you are going to be entrepreneur sooner or later. I'll first take, because I have spent a lot of time in education and seen the changes. This is the classical higher educational or university model, जिसमें discovery, memory and mentoring. These are the 3 important components of educational institute. Is there anything change in it or it's still there? You are there in educational institute most of, ये ऐसा ही है अभी कि कुछ बदल गया इसमें? बदल गया है. Let us see what बदल गया है. Discovery of new knowledge, it is there. Memory जो है institutional memory, you know how I have learned and that is consolidated. So curriculum is designed, contents are arranged and you effectively learn next generation. And mentoring, you know, sitting with the master. These are the 3 aspects. But what has changed? डिस्कवरी ज्यादातर R&D और इंडस्ट्रीज में चली गई है, बहुत कम रह गया इंस्टीट्यूट में। मेमोरी एस्पेक्ट तो अब तो क्या है कि क्या एक बार कुछ सुन लिया कि नेक्स्ट टाइम तो उसके आगे का आपको अपने आप टेक टॉक, YouTube, everything, even Coursera, they tell you. So that curriculum aspect or institutionalization of memory is gone too. These many, only aspect left with us is mentoring and solving the problem of the society. And student fraternity, they are coming from various strata of life. So they are coming with different, their challenges and problems. So if you synthesize, probably this classical model is now failing. टीचर्स की जगह पर many स्टूडेंट्स है कि गूगल और अब चैट जीपीटी के अलावा आपको कुछ बताना है तो बताइए, नहीं तो हम क्लास के बाहर जाते हैं. That is a scenario. So synthesis. अब आपको क्या चाहिए कि उस YouTube में 13 मिनट से लेकर के 17 मिनट का जो वीडियो है वो आपके काम का है, और आप जरा 19 के आगे का देखिएगा. Because that type of personal touch and counseling and mentoring is required. Then only we as a teacher, we as an institute are going to be there. Otherwise, we are going to be lost entity. So what I feel is that we have to have marriage of these two things. On the one side, technology tipping points. Other side, problems of the society and industry. अभी तो ऐसा है कि सोसाइटी और इंडस्ट्री एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ने खड़े किए गए प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व कर रही है. डू यू एग्री और नॉट? नाउ वी हैव टू चेंज इट. सो हाउ दैट कैन हैपन? इफ हायर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट बिकम्स एन हब ऑफ स्टार्टअप, then that marriage is possible, because young mind with lot of energy is available in educational institute. They don't feel tired, they don't feel failure. So that is the thing which I suggest. Now let's look at these, cursory look at these tipping point technologies which are going to mature in 3 to 6 years time. At least you should be aware of that. अब जैसे मैंने कहा कि LinkedIn पे थे तो ये दो चीजें तो बहुत अच्छी थी. अब चैट जीपीटी आपने इस्तेमाल किया हुआ था तो it's good that you should have, because as a manager you are supposed to know how to improve your productivity. But you miss that. Second thing, हम लोग इतने आसानी से मरने वाले हैं नहीं. मेडिकल साइंस सब मरने नहीं देता. 80 तक हम यहीं रहने वाले. झेलना किसको है? आपको. तो सीनियर सिटीजन का केयर वाला भी देखे रहते तो फायदा किसका था? तो दो अपॉर्चुनिटी आपने मिस कर दी लिंक्डइन पे होते हुए. सर अब वो अगर लिंक्डइन का इस्तेमाल आप इंस्टाग्राम जैसे ही कर रहे हैं तो फिर कोई मजा नहीं. जस्ट ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड. So let's talk about this. 90% of population will have unlimited and free data. So this was a major problem when we were doing research. Computing powers and storage was a major challenge. You don't have. So one of the major restriction is out of box. So you need not require to worry about that. Then these many sensors are there. Is there any help required there? May I help you? Fine. Let me help myself then. Fine. So these many people and so many things are connected to sensor. So how we can exploit that? That is to be checked. When 10% of the population is going to have wearable device clothings, that is a big opportunity to capture data and offer various types of services. मतलब सीनियर सिटीजन को अगर ये वेयरेबल डिवाइसेस पहना देते हैं तो so many signals you will get and you will offer services. So it's a question of how you empathize with the problem of somebody and check with the available technology. What Dhar said कि you have to be all rounder. आपको फाइनेंस भी आना चाहिए, आपको टेक्नोलॉजी का भी अवेयरनेस आना चाहिए, आपको मेन स्किल सेलिंग स्किल भी आनी चाहिए. एंड दैट इज नेचुरल फॉर अस. टू सेल इज ह्यूमन. ये किताब पढ़ी आपने? Anybody from audience? To sell is human. आप रोज वही करते हो. किसी को कोई चीज कन्विंस करे तो यू आर सेलिंग योर कॉन्सेप्ट. अगर आप ट्रैफिक में से निकाल के जगह निकाल के आ रहे तो यू आर सेलिंग योर नेविगेशन स्किल्स. सो एवरी टाइम वी आर सेलिंग. सो अभी किसी ने कहा था कि मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर बनूंगा कि नहीं. एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना हमारे डीएनए में लिखा हुआ है, अब हम उसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं कि नहीं, कि उसको म्यूटेट करते जाते हैं, दैट इज लेफ्ट विथ यू. Cars, we are going to have 3D printed cars, and 3D printing is coming up big way, and it's going to be normal printing. पहले जब प्रिंट आउट निकालना होता था तो एक्सपर्ट लगते थे 30-35 years back. Same is going to happen with 3D printing. अभी लग रहा होगा एक्सपर्ट, कुछ दिनों बाद वो it's going to be very normal. So you have to be ready for that. Wearable devices. How many of you are having that smartwatch? Right. क्या क्या बताती है वो स्मार्टवॉच? बता, थोड़ा बता. हाँ, वो बताने के बाद आप कुछ करते हो कि वो बेचारी वही बताते रहती है. You know, watch is smart, but are you smart to use it? वो बोलती पैदल चलना चाहिए, नहीं चले, वैसे ही पड़े हुए. वो स्मार्ट वॉच हो गई, आप तो हुए ही नहीं. तो ऐसे वेरेबल डिवाइसेस भी हो जाएंगे तो वो डिवाइसेस स्मार्ट हो जाएंगे, आप तो वैसे ही पड़े रह जाएंगे. सो इट्स इट इज वेरी इसेंशियल फॉर अस टू, इफ यू इन्वेस्टेड इन स्मार्ट वॉच, किसी को इंप्रेस करने के लिए किया होगा तो हो गया ना काम एक बार. अब आगे का देखिए ना, उसको इस्तेमाल तो कीजिए, उसका सेहत के लिए इस्तेमाल करना है तो कीजिए. स्ट्रीम वैल्यू खत्म हो गई एक बार. वंस इट इज योर ऑन योर रिस्ट, इट्स स्ट्रीम वैल्यू इज ओवर. Thereafter, at least go for use value. So you have to use these tools not for fashion but for passion. This is going to happen. Census is going to be done through big data analytics. आज आपके बारे में मैं टीचर या पेरेंट्स से ज्यादा फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम और गूगल जानता है आपके बारे में. Do you agree with this or not? So it means what? Why to use then human resources for such things? And there the business opportunity is. How many of you are reading books through Kindle? How many? Let me correct myself. How many of you believe in reading the books? Because that is first question. Thereafter the Kindle comes in. But you know, when you are reading Kindle, actually you are reading less and Kindle is reading more about you. So once you know that, then effectively utilize it. That creates the big data. So many things. 80% people post-COVID कितना sharp सबको digitize हो गए. There is no digital avoid sort of thing. Otherwise there was digital divide. Before that, digital avoid. But COVID has, at least that digital avoid is gone. And because of the mobile divide is also getting bridged. Income tax, कितने fast returns आ जाते हैं अभी आपको. वो आदमी बैठता था तो पहले पैसे लेता था, आपके पैसे वापस करने के लिए. So, once you identify the problem, you identify the business opportunities. How to use? How many of you have set well-being app on your mobile? No, it is there. But how many of you have set it? That is what I am asking. 2. 3. What is that? कितने देर YouTube देखना है, कितने देर Facebook पे रहना है, कितने देर Insta पे रहना है, आपका टारगेट सेट कर लीजिए, बाकी समय काम भी तो कीजिए. वो ऐप है लेकिन हम ध्यान नहीं देते. So you have a supercomputer in your pocket, you are wasting. As an entrepreneur, you cannot afford it. Try to understand, I'll consolidate it in due course of time. In biology also, or medical sciences, internet is coming. 50% traffic will come from home appliances. So you have a lot of business opportunities. Just try to see what are the problems. Corporate audits. आज भी, you know, sorry to say, but let us accept it. What AI is doing, most of the analysis component is done by AI. Which is part of left brain or right brain? Left brain, मैं बता रहा. And MBAs, by and large, are hired for what? Analysis, left part. So better you focus on the right part of the brain. Then only we have a future. And entrepreneur, they marry left and right properly. Left brain analysis and right brain a bigger picture. So you, as an MBA, you have to have a ability to create a bigger picture of the things. McKinsey का अगर आप report देखोगे तो उसमें, earlier they used to recruit 87% MBAs. Now it has gone down to 65, and remaining is taken care of by Master of Fine Arts. Because everything not only to be functional, but it also has to be beautiful. तेज चलने वाली आड़ी तिरछी कार आपको पसंद आने वाली है क्या? It has to be beautiful. So right brain apply करने की practice करो. MBA से left brain stimulate हो गया है. You have to learn to use effectively AI to less burden your left brain and focus on the right brain. This is happening. This is all happening with for us. चैट जीपीटी में 4 महीने में कितना कहां के कहां चला गया. How many of you are in digital marketing? Fine. Have you tried prepare a digital marketing plan for such and such thing on chat GTP? How close it was? नहीं try किया, try कीजिए. Then you will realize what role you have got. The creative role you have got, the analytical part chat GPT will give you. The other day I was sitting with one of the edutech agency. तो सर क्वेश्चन पेपर क्रिएशन के लिए भी उन्होंने चैट जीपीटी के APIs किए हैं. वो टॉपिक डाल देते हैं, क्वेश्चन निकाल के देता है टीचर को, उसमें से सॉर्ट करके क्वेश्चन बैंक में डाला, एंड नाउ क्वेश्चन पेपर इज क्रिएटेड एंड इवैल्यूएटेड आल्सो. So there is an opportunity. How you do it is, let us talk about the impact of these technologies. It can transform the bottom billion into rising billions. What you have also experienced when you are working in agriculture sector particularly. At bottom of the pyramid, lot of business is there. Lot of business is there because number is there. The only thing is that we identify correctly the problem. Not only identify it, but we empathize with the problem. आप में से कितने लोग बाइक चलाते हैं? गुड. कितने लोग इज्जत से हेलमेट पहन के चलाते हैं? हर बार, एक दो बार नहीं, हर बार. देखिए, we have not empathized with the problem. अगर हमारे रिश्तेदारी में किसी का सिर फूटता है ना, तो वो दिखता है सिर फूटा हुआ और दुखता है, इसलिए सिर पे हेलमेट आता है. तो एंटरप्रेन्योर अगर आपको बनना है तो सिर्फ दिखने से काम नहीं चलेगा, वो प्रॉब्लम का दुखना भी आपके लिए जरूरी है. दिस इज अ स्टेटमेंट बाय प्रोफेसर A.K. अग्रवाल ऑफ IIM. ही कैरीज आउट एवरी ईयर शोध यात्रा, एक क्रेडिट कोर्स ही MBA में उनका IIM अहमदाबाद में. उस दौरान वो रूरल एरिया में जाते हैं, दे फाइंड आउट द ग्रास रूट प्रॉब्लम्स एंड ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन एंड दे ट्रांसलेट इनटू बिजनेस. बट हिज understanding is that one small example I'll share you. आप लोग बहुत अच्छे स्कूलों से आए होंगे. हमारे समय में बहुत अच्छे स्कूल नहीं थे, नगर पालिका की स्कूल हुआ करती थी. बाहर एक नल की पाइप होता था और उसमें ढेर सारे नल लगे होते थे. अग्रवाल जी भी एक बार एक स्कूल में गए थे, वहीं पर ठहरे हुए थे, और एक छोटे बच्चे ने पूछा आपको क्या प्रॉब्लम है. तो एक छोटे बच्चे ने कहा ये नल जो लगे ना सीधे, और मेरी हाइट देखिए कितनी कम है, मैं पानी नहीं पी पाता. तो अग्रवाल जी बोले ये तो ऐसे ही रहेगा, हम भी तो इतने सालों से ऐसे ही पी रहे हैं. तो बोले आपकी हाइट ठीक रही होगी इसलिए आपको प्रॉब्लम नजर नहीं आया. मेरी हाइट कम है, मेरे को इंतजार करना पड़ता है, कोई ऊंचा आएगा नल खोल के देगा. तो बोले क्या सोल्यूशन क्या है? कुछ नहीं. बोले पाइप थोड़ा तिरछा लगा दीजिए, कम हाइट वाला इधर से पिएगा, अधिक हाइट वाला इधर से पिएगा. ये समझने के लिए एक जनरेशन निकल गई. बिकॉज वी हैव नॉट एम्पैथाइज्ड विद द प्रॉब्लम. The more we empathize with the problem, there is more business. So that is why that we empathize with the problem or problems, there is a business. अब आप देख लीजिए, आप एग्रीकल्चर इंश्योरेंस में you have empathized with their problem. That is why there is a business. And that empathy creates startup opportunities actually. Now, critical questions to be asked. Ashutosh was talking about one thing. In the very last phase I joined, but spiritual के बारे में कुछ कहा था. Spiritual pursuit हुआ है. जनरली ऐसा ही spiritual pursuit के बारे में ये पूछा जाता है. दूसरा जरा देखिए आप क्या है. अभी आप देख ही रहे हैं किधर की किधर शिवसेना जा रही है. तो with whom I am please decide about the political career. अभी अपनी बारी आनी है. Entrepreneur, who am I and with whom am I? ये दोनों का मैरिज चाहिए. जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि प्रॉपर टीम होनी चाहिए और अलग अलग लोग होने चाहिए, एक ही टाइप के माइंडसेट के नहीं होने चाहिए. ये with whom I am डिसाइड करेगा आपका करियर और मेरी काबिलियत क्या है, मैं कौन से पेन को सिंपैथाइज करता हूं. That is what is going to create enterprising person that will make you entrepreneur. एक बात बता दूं, आपने फ्यूचर साथ नाम की किताब पढ़ी है एल्विन टॉफलर की? मैं बता 1971 में उन्होंने लिखा था और उसमें उन्होंने लिखा था कि in due course of time every individual has 7 careers. I read that book in 2000 and that time I was going through my 4th career and now this is my 7th career. So आप चाहो ना चाहो आपको लेटर पार्ट ऑफ लाइफ में एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना पड़ेगा. 35-40 के बाद कोई नौकरी पे रखने वाला आने वाले समय में नहीं है और आप उतना भाग भी नहीं सकने वाले हो. यू हैव टू बिकम एंटरप्रेन्योर. अब वो कैसे करना है जो मैंने गलत समय में सीखा, दैट आई एम गोइंग टू शेयर विथ यू. ऑफ कोर्स networking. In new age of shared power, one can make progress alone. Cannot make progress alone. You have to be. So, building relationship in network is very, very essential. Very essential if you want to be entrepreneur. Developing that network, nurturing that network, and using that network for social and business opportunities. This is, from this point onward, it is the synthesis. What I have recently, I was reading a book wherein they said that initially in British era, those who were bigger entrepreneur who used to sit in coffee house, क्योंकि कॉफी हाउस एक ऐसी जगह थी जहां पर न्यूज पेपर आता था और एंट्री फी थी कुछ, तो लेटेस्ट इंफॉर्मेशन वहां अवेलेबल होती थी और डिफरेंट माइंडसेट के लोग बैठते थे एंड वहां पर से बिजनेस शुरू होता था. तो दैट वाज अ सर्वे. तो अभी हमारे पास ऐसे कैफे कॉफी डेज टाइप के अपॉर्चुनिटीज जो है वो एक्सप्लॉइट करनी होगी अगर हमें एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना है. तो कॉफी हाउस उस समय वैसा था. अभी क्या है, कॉलेज कैंटीन और हॉस्टल. देख लो आप, जो स्टूडेंट ने कॉलेज कैंटीन में ज्यादा समय बिताया है उसने बाद में बहुत पैसा कमाया है. लेकिन कैंटीन में इन्वेस्ट किया होगा तो, वेस्ट किया होगा तो नहीं. हाँ, लेट मी करेक्ट माई सेल्फ. इफ यू हैव राइटली इन्वेस्टेड देन यू कैन हार्वेस्ट. कैफे कॉफी डे, अलग अलग लोग अपना एक कॉफी पीते हैं, 2 घंटा बैठे रहते लैपटॉप पे एक दूसरे बात करते रहते, इतने पास रहते कि 10 चीजें सुनाई भी देते रहती. यू फाइंड आउट मेरे लिए अगला कौन ग्राहक है या मेरे मदद करने वाला कौन है. आप हफ्ता भर कैफे कॉफी डे में जाके बैठिए, थोड़ी महंगी कॉफी है लेकिन कीमत आ सकती. आप उस माइंड सेट से बैठे तो. सोशल एंड प्रोफेशनल नेटवर्किंग साइट्स, ये भी कैफे कॉफी डे या कैफेटेरिया ही है आज का नया. कोवर्किंग स्पेसेस, now people are by choice going to co-working places क्योंकि वहाँ diverse spectrum के लोग होते हैं and you get an opportunity to interact and learn from them. Incubation center, that is why we should have incubation center in institute. Young minds are here, mature people are also here. The only thing that marriage is not happening. Incubation center can marry them. And freelancing site. How many of you are registered on freelancing site? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. MBA कर रहे हो, पैसा कमाना है, नेगोशिएशन स्किल सीखना है, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल सीखना है, सबसे अच्छा टीचर तो वहीं पर पढ़ा हुआ है. बट इफ यू वांट टू बिकम एंटरप्रेन्योर, कॉलेज के दिनों में कम से कम फ्रीलांसिंग साइट पे 4 पैसा तो कमा तो लो. लर्निंग की स्पेलिंग क्या है बताइए भला? एल हटा दे तो अर्निंग. बिना अर्निंग के लर्निंग होती नहीं. तो अगर आपको एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना है, कुछ सीखना है, तो कमाना सीखते सीखते करना पड़ेगा. एंड फ्रीलांसिंग साइट्स आर अवेलेबल. इफ यू आर नॉट डूइंग दैट, देन यू नो, फिर बात तो वो क्या कहें, फ्रीलांसिंग साइट क्या क्या दे सकती है, ये मैंने यहाँ पर आपको बता दिया. यू नो, बेनिफिट ऑफ कैफेटेरिया डे अप्रोच, जो मैंने कहा कि वहां पर इंटेलिजेंस, विजडम, क्रिएटिविटी, इंसाइट, एक्सपीरियंस एंड एक्नॉलेजमेंट ऑफ मल्टीट्यूड ऑफ डिफरेंसेस. कोई जोर से बोलने वाला, कोई धीरे बोलने वाला, कोई टेक्नोलॉजी वाला, कोई अलग अलग फितरत वाले. We learn to, you know, peacefully coexist with them if we want to become a businessman. अब ये कुछ प्रिंसिपल्स है जो मैंने 6 महीने पहले मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर वो सीखे जो है वो आपको बताता हूँ. मेंटेन द स्पिरिट ऑफ इंक्वायरी. एजुकेशन और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप साथ साथ जाना चाहिए. Otherwise, education for the sake of education is a knowledge consumerism. Make it a point. Then healthy disrespect for impossible. Observe, reflect, make, do changes. How many of you believe in, you know, late evening reflect करते हो, मैंने दिन भर में क्या किया? कितने लोग करते हैं? 1, 2, 3. Unless you reflect, learning is not going to happen. Crowdsourcing, collaborative working, challenging tasks and opportunities, brainware plus hardware is equal to constant. Do you agree with this? अगर आपके पास रिसोर्सेस कम है तो दिमाग लगाओ. अगर पैसा ज्यादा है तो थोड़ा बहुत दिमाग कम रहा तो कंपनसेट. बट दिस इज अ कांस्टेंट. लेट अस बी. आपके पास पैसा कम है तो ब्रेन इस्तेमाल करना शुरू कर दो. यू हैव ट्रेमेंडस अपॉर्चुनिटीज. मेरे पास पैसा नहीं था, मैंने ब्रेन का इस्तेमाल किया. दैट इज व्हाई आई एम कंसल्टेंट. Only investment of mine is the car which I had and one driver. Rest is knowledge and wisdom which I am selling. What he said, कि consultant is also an entrepreneur. Now experimentation, deflection and incubation, these are the core values. Without research, startup नहीं होता. So research mindset has to be there only. And of course, the digital platforms, you are most of the time on there. So madness of crowd, wisdom of crowd, crowdfunding, crowd designing, crowd innovating, crowd collecting, ये सब चीजें हमें करने की जरूरत है. If at all we want to be entrepreneur or way forward, अगर टीचर है तो उसको टीचरप्रेन्योर बनना पड़ेगा. Then only there is a. और आपके यहाँ प्रोफेसर ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है या एंटरप्रेन्योर प्रोफेसर है, वो आप देख लो. These two are going to make difference. एंड ऑफ कोर्स जैसे वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट होते हैं वैसे हमने टीचर में भी 10 स्टूडेंट में इन्वेस्ट करना होगा, स्टार्टअप में एक खड़ा होगा, या 10 आइडियाज में इन्वेस्ट करेंगे तो एक आइडिया काम करेगी. दैट इज हाउ यू कैन बिकम एन एंटरप्रेन्योर एंड दिस हैज टू बी देयर इन योर माइंड. एंड दिस इज व्हाट आई वांटेड टू से. एंड एज फार एज द प्रेजेंटेशन इज कंसर्न, व्हाटएवर आई हैव रिफर्ड, यू नो, इज देयर. बहुत सारी चीजें सिंथेसिस हुई है, लेकिन सिंथेसिस काहे से हुई है, ये इसका यहाँ पर एक कंपाइलेशन. These are the references which I have used to be with you for 45 minutes. Yes, I am there for question and answer. Please, how many questions you can announce? And because I know I am standing between lunch and अब जानने की भूख ज्यादा है. मेरे एक डॉक्टर थे, उनके पास जाते थे तो वो पूछते थे पानी की प्यास कैसी है. नॉर्मली हम पूछते हैं प्यास कैसी है, वो स्पेसिफिक पूछते थे पानी की प्यास कैसी है. तो वैसे ही अभी आपको खाने की भूख है कि जानने की भूख है, मैं पूछ लेता हूँ, उस हिसाब से आगे का 10, 5, 2, 4 मिनट आगे बढ़ सकते हैं ना. यस प्लीज, एनी क्वेश्चन. प्रवीण तांबे इज हियर फॉर 58 not out.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
In your slide, there was a point that avoid knowledge consumerism. So, what does that mean, and why we should avoid knowledge consumerism? Sir?
Right. You know, आपको कितने कपड़ों की जरूरत है तमीज से रहने के लिए? 3-4 ड्रेस. इससे ज्यादा जो है वो कंज्यूमरिज्म में आता है. It is not adding value to you, as well as it is not making the ecosystem sustainable. तो नॉलेज भी किसी को दिखाने के लिए है, तो वो नॉलेज कंज्यूमरिज्म में आता है। नॉलेज का काम ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के लिए, किसी के मदद के लिए, किसी के एम्पैथाइज करने के लिए, तो देन इट इज नॉट नॉलेज कंज्यूमरिज्म, इट इज एप्लीकेशन ऑफ नॉलेज, इट इज गेटिंग टुवर्ड्स विजडम।
So then there is a point that there's just a lot of knowledge change your way, change your perspective. So it will change your perspective, and perspective will change the growth or performance.
Right.
Like that.
Yeah, it is there. It is there. That is why I said, now, knowledge, if it gets into the level of wisdom, not at the level of knowledge consumerism, then only perspective changes. Then only perspective changes.
Okay, sir.
Sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Karishma Saluja from ISBS PGDM. My question to you is, what do you think are the reasons that some ideas and trends tip and others don't, irrespective of the fact that they seem quite relevant to the market or maybe to the problem that we are finding the solution for?
No, there are two things. One is the passion behind it, whether it's running short of steam, that is one thing. And कुछ आइडियाज ऐसे होते हैं जो समय से पहले आ जाते हैं, जैसे क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग 10 साल पहले nobody was believing that it is going to give returns. Those who persisted, they are getting the results. So अपना टाइम आएगा, ये फीलिंग भी रखना जरूरी है। आता है। Should we? Or what?
Good morning. Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon.
My question is, why did you choose to consider the factors of change in triplets and not in 5 points, 7 points? All of them I observed were in triplets. So is there any particular reason behind that?
No, nothing behind it, but triangle or triplet is the most stable architecture. So दिमाग चीजें स्टेबल रखने के लिए ट्रिपलेट्स इज द बेटर ऑप्शन, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, बट ट्रायंगल इज द मोस्ट स्टेबल स्ट्रक्चर।
ओके सर।
सो इट ऑफर्स मी स्टेबिलिटी, सो मैंने वो 3 किए हैं, और 4 भी हो सकते थे, विचार की बात है।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
इसके मायने प्रेजेंटेशन देखा गया है, which is good. I appreciate the audience. Thank you so much.
So my question to you is that we discussed about 3D printing of cars, but what are your thoughts on 3D printing in the real estate sector, as it is going to be on a boom in future?
Recently, in 7 hours, one building was created in China, and now they are creating towers also through 3D printing. So it's अभी चांदनी चौक और यूनिवर्सिटी का ब्रिज, जबकि वीकेंड में बन जाना चाहिए अगर तमीज की टेक्नोलॉजी इस्तेमाल करें।
थैंक यू सर।
वो दुखता नहीं ना, बिजनेस नहीं दिख रहा, बाकी कुछ नहीं। राइट। Right, we will call it. My sincere thanks to the organizers for giving me an opportunities, and my sincere thanks to the guest speakers also. They have to bear with me. Thank you very much. Thank you for each one of you.
Smart watch smart हो गए, पर आप हुए क्या? What a beautiful way of expressing technology, education and style. Thank you, sir. Your experience in education industry, technology gave us some real wonderful insights. That brings us to the conclusion of the first half of the Entrepreneurship lecture series. We will now take a short break and will continue our event after the lunch break. Reporting time post-lunch shall be 45 minutes from now. We'll meet sharp at 2 p.m. Thank you. Students, please be seated till the dignitaries proceed. Volunteers, please settle down fast.
Hello. We had panic attack in the morning. We were big time panic attack in the morning. What will you do? What are the communication goals? What is happening because he's not fine. He wants to speak and I'm like, you got the signal call. फिर तुम्हें मैंने रेडियो और कुछ रेडियो में तो भी हो गया फिर करुणा ने बोला कि जो लोग फोटो खींचे अरे यार ये कुछ तो गलत हो रहा है नहीं हमारा कम्युनिकेशन हुआ था लाइक सब एकदम स्मूथली हुआ Starting in 5 started from what? लाइनअप किसने किया तुमने लाइनअप किसने सुष्मिता मैम है पहले कार तो पसंद है नहीं यार दूसरा वाला दूसरा वाला नहीं गा सकते उसको वो रिप्लेस करने के काम का किसको नाम नहीं होता वो अपना हर बार नहीं आता था मोटिवेशनल ये बाबा ऐसे फुल क्या नाम है विनोद Shenzhen second route bigger than yes there how many people are there one na medium city हो second route अभी सालों में आंधी वाला क्या करेक्ट है आंधी वाला पहले वाला जो था वो थोड़ा सा पतला रहा था और उसका कंटेंट अच्छा था
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second half of Entrepreneurship lecture series, iCAN. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second half of Entrepreneurship lecture series, iCAN. The second half is about Gen Z entrepreneurs, and we extend a very warm welcome to the second half speakers, Ms. Khyati ma'am, Arjun sir, Pratap sir, and Asavari ma'am. We also welcome our dignitaries and the audience.
Before we move forward, we request Kumendra sir and Shikha ma'am to come up on the stage and felicitate our wonderful speaker with a token of love and gratitude. I would like to welcome Ms. Khyati Khandelwal, co-founder, Chief Strategy and Investment Officer, Two Wheeler. Ma'am, we request you to stay here for a group photograph.
Next we have Dr. Arjun Singh Bajwa, co-founder Chemical Sciences Private Limited.
So please stay here for a group photograph. Next we have Mr. Pratap P. Pawar, founder and director, Guruji Air, Center of Excellence.
खड़ी रहे
So we request you to stay here for a group photograph.
Ms. Asavari Kane, founding member, Patcare Lab Private Limited. I would request all the speakers kindly gather on stage for a group photograph.
Thank you, sir and ma'am. Please take your seats. Priya, can you believe our next speaker started her first venture at the age of 17 and the second one at the age of 19?
What are you saying? I don't believe this. At the age when we are struggling with studies and board exams, at that age, she was already into business?
Yes, let me introduce that person. Ms. Khyati Khandelwal, co-founder, chief strategy and investment officer, Two Wheeler, a four-time entrepreneur who started Two Wheeler with a father and younger sister, with the mission to organize the untapped pre-owned two-wheeler industry of India and empower 1 billion Indians with two-wheeler solution.
So I would like to call Ms. Khyati ma'am to please come up on stage and share your thoughts with us. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello.
Hey everyone, good afternoon. Please no ma'am guys. I think your age. I am 24 years old, so you guys can just chill out. And I know it's post lunch, so I'm gonna make sure not to bore you guys too much. And I promise you that it is not going to be a lecture. It is just going to be an interactive session where I am going to be, I'm here for you guys. But before I go on and move on to speaking a little bit about my journey, how many of y'all are between 20 to 22 years old? Can you all raise hands? Okay, anyone above 20 to 25? Anyone 25 and above? Come on, just okay, excellent. How many of y'all have ever started your own business or your own tiny venture and probably are freelancers or running small ventures right now or in the past? Please raise your hands. It's okay. All right. Thank you so much for that. Firstly, I would like to begin with a token of gratitude. Thank you so much for having me here today. To the entire Indira management team, it is a pleasure and an honor to come here and be speaking in front of you guys. So thank you so much. And most importantly, thank you so much for just attending and coming here and coming and listening to me. So can we begin? Yes. Awesome. Okay. Can you all see the screen? Yes. All right, so today I'm going to be talking about entrepreneurship in a nutshell. I'm Khyati Khandelwal. I am 24 years old. I am the co-founder and the chief strategy and investment officer for our company, Two Wheeler Sabke. Yes, it is an auto tech company. Can you all hear me? Yeah. Yes, it's an auto tech company, and yes, we are two young female founders, my sister and I, who are here trying to revolutionize the pre-owned auto tech industry in India. Before I get to how we're doing that, we're going to be sharing a little bit about what my journey was, and I hope that you guys can relate to my story, even if it's a little bit. I'm going to keep it super casual, and maybe in the last 10 minutes we can handle few questions as well. So again, P.S. I'm not a robot, let me tell you that. A little bit about my story. That's right, I started my entrepreneurship journey when I was 17 years old with a small venture. Currently, my qualification, I am a BTech in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering. Yeah, that's right. I had to manage entrepreneurship as well as my graduation studies. But how did we start? Till 10th, I was a very shy, normal kid. Didn't really have too much to talk about, do anything, etc. Yes, I'm grateful that I'm born to some really inspiring parents who are entrepreneurs, business people, and they've been encouraging. But I was a very shy kid. In 12th standard, 11th and 12th, I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed. 12th standard, I scored really poorly. Poorly in the sense that my parents always expected really high. And I remember when I was 17, after my 12th board results came, wasn't that bad also, but my mom was disappointed. It hit her. And for the first time, and I hopefully, till now, the only time that she said, ki shit, meri beti ka kya hoga? And that hit me. And at that point, I remember that was one of the first turning points of my life, where it hit me that what am I doing with my life? I'm sure many of us are feeling that way. What is going to happen? This is the turning point of my life. Am I actually going to be good at engineering? My dad was just like, why are you doing that? But I had no idea what I'm going to do. I had no supervision. I came from a family, yes, of entrepreneurs, but engineers as well as CA students. So what am I going to do? But when she said that, I promised myself that from that day onwards, I'm going to make sure that every year is going to be a productive year. And that is when it started. And after 12th got over, we had about 3 to 4 months break before my engineering started. So in those 3 to 4 months, my Guju friend comes and tells me, yeah, sorry, can you hear me? All good, right? Okay, yeah. So I think my Guju friend came and told me, yeah, Khyati, I have this bold cards, laser cut pop-up cards. I have never seen this in India. Okay, and why don't we try selling it? I'm just like, anyway, 3 to 4 months we have, why not do that? He showed me the cards. Mind you not, these laser cut pop-up cards, which his mama brought from China, about 400, 500 pieces. And he gave it to my Guju friend, and he's like, "Beta, jaake try kar sell karne ka, sales. Why don't you start?" And I saw the laser cut pop-up cards, saw them online, wasn't there. Saw them in stalls, wasn't there. We 17-year-old kids were like, you know what? Let's start. Malls mein, weekends mein, the flea markets that used to be there, we're like, let's just try selling these 500 cards. Kid you not, you guys are finance MBA students, right? 30 rupees was an average cost price. We sold it at an average of 300 rupees. And we must have sold about more than 10,000 of cards. I will come to that. But the first 500 was such a big hit that our customers started telling us, you know what, just come. So I remember when I was 17, from July, August till I think October, November, every weekend we used to go to malls along with college. We used to go to these malls, these flea markets. We started our Instagram page and we sold and sold and sold. I did not have any idea about what inventory was. I did not even know basic cost price, profit, ye sab kya tha. Didn't know. Frankly, I didn't know any of it. But I just knew I just wanted to sell. And I knew that somewhat profit we made, and I bought my first mobile from that. Yeah, I got my first mobile when my 12th standard got done. So that was when I realized that sales is what got me out there. But I still had to keep trying. I had to stop, unfortunately, because I'm sure many of us can relate. My dad was like, I need you to complete engineering. You have to get your degree. And I'm like, Pa, let me just try. He's like, no, you have to. You took this decision when I told you, but you have to complete it. But I wanted to do engineering. I wanted to run my own startup. So what do? Had to hustle. Yeah, had to hustle. So then what happened was we started hustling. Went for college, did a few, I had to stop board cards, but it was not becoming possible. I learned my journey from there. Then came second year. Second year when I was 19, I don't know, how many of you all know MUNs? Model United Nations. Any debaters here? Manners here? Awesome, so you guys have an idea. Model United Nations is basically just a concept where it is a simulation of United Nations, but for younger children, where it helps you with debating, talk about worldly knowledge, discuss about that, create resolutions, and build your overall personality development. And it was quite a big hit back in 2017, 2018. Hence, I went to about like 3 MUNs as a delegate, where I participated, but then I realized that, you know what, I'm more interested in the organizing part of it. Yeah, how did the entire thing comes? And I'm like, you know what, I was, I think, 19 at that time, 18, 19. I'm like, you know what, I want to try that. So that time, our parents were a part of the Lions Club of Pune Sarasbagh, and they had this initiative known as the Youth Development Initiative. And my dad came and told me that, Khyati, we want to do something about Youth Development Initiative, and I wanted to start something related to MUN. So I was like, why not create a proposal? So 19-year-olds, basic PowerPoint presentation in the best way possible. My first ever public presentation. I went to a board of 40, 45 old, really serious businessmen and this thing. And I had to pitch something which they'd never even heard of. But they just, touch wood, they saw something, like this little kid wants to do something. So why not? And you know what? They're like, okay, you know what? Take the risk. And I think in 6 months, with a bunch of amateurs, we were about 20 people, not for profit. That organization was not for profit, but just to learn. We had our second venture at 19, the Athena Model United Nations Conference. Just a backstory before that, the reason why Athena Model United Nations also, what was that personal reason was because I was in an all-girls college. I had big dreams. I have big dreams. People did not. Unfortunately, I was a victim of a lot of bullying where people were trying to bring me down. And I was boycotted by my entire batch in college because I wanted to try. Yeah, that's true. For 3.5, 4 months, a girl, an 18-year-old girl who always never had a difficulty making friends, was suddenly boycotted, was suddenly a part of a lot of bullying, was suddenly a part of anybody, oh my God, you're talking to her, so you are not supposed to talk to me. And that hurt me because I had screwed up an event. Sorry, please excuse me, but I did do a little mess ups in one of the events in college, and they boycotted, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do this. That's how Athena happened, and the nightmare got over. Fast forward to my final year of graduation. I was preparing for CFA level 1 while giving my graduation because at that time I had no idea what I'm going to do, but I knew finance was something that I was enjoying and I was interested in. Yes, guys, I've experimented in almost everything: sales, marketing, operations, etc. Trying to do something, trying to figure out kya karu, so sab try kiya. This work, no, eliminate. This work, tried, worked. Wasn't too excited, but you know what? Just gonna keep trying. So tried. Did a lot of internships, did a lot of part-time, etc. But still, that what am I doing? What am I gonna do about this? What am I gonna do about my life? It was still hitting. But finance was something that was connected. Also because it made me understand quite a lot of business language. I'm not gonna go deeper into that. This is just a conversation. So yeah, this was my final year of engineering. I'm a graduate of batch of 2020. That is right, the COVID batch. The batch that graduated in 2020. Back in November 2019, my 7th semester was going on, and I was the training placement representative, and I was the only one who didn't apply for the job. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I was going to give my CFA level 1. Then in November 2019, my dad, today my co-founder at Two Wheeler, he comes to me. His little bit of his background, he has, Mr. Krishi Khandelwal, the co-founder, has more than 30 years of experience in the pre-owned two-wheeler industry. He's one of the founding fathers of the pre-owned two-wheeler industry in not just in Pune but in India. He comes to me and he tells me, so basically, family business बचपन से देखा कि यार ये pre-owned two-wheeler कुछ तो होता है. He comes to me and he's like, यार Khyati, I have this concept. I have this business idea where I'm trying to revolutionize the pre-owned two-wheeler industry. Now at that moment, I was like, Papa, आप करते क्या? मुझे आज तक नहीं समझा. I mean, buying and selling of pre-owned two-wheelers, pretty sure. In fact, just some time ago, someone asked me, is there really scope of the pre-owned two-wheeler industry? Is that industry even recognized? So I had the same question, like, Papa, kya kar rahe ho aap? What are you doing? He's like, no, there is a big market. Now, how many of you all have heard of Cast 24? Spinny? OLX? How many of you all have not interacted or done interactions on OLX today? I think 1 or 2. So basically you guys have an idea, right? Excellent. So back November 2019, he comes to me and he's like, I have this business idea. I'm like, tell me. That time, Cridar, how many of you all know Cridar? Anyone? Okay. The founders of Cridar, the founders of Cast 24, the founders of Droom, all of them, when they started their startup in the pre-owned two-wheeler industry, in the pre-owned four-wheeler industry, they started in Pune. And where did they start from? They started it from the market. And my father was one of the mentors of the early stage of these startups because they started in Pune. The president of Pune of Used Two-Wheeler Association, that is my father. He goes to them, and my dad being a sweet tooth, he's like, okay, you know what, I'll help you. Why not? Again, did not have any idea about what this entire startup ecosystem works. I look at him and I tell him, I'm like, Pa, what are you doing? Why didn't you come and talk to me? I mean, or why didn't you just go take a stake? Or why didn't you just become mentor? I mean, you were there in the initial stages. And he's like, yeah, Khyati, what is all of this? I don't understand all of this. Suddenly, Cridar raises 100 crores. Suddenly, Cast 24 becomes one of the top unicorns of the country. What is this? He's just like, you know what, I want to start something. And I told him, with your expertise of 30 years, maybe with a new young age team, you can do something. And the first person, Pa, can I please join you? He's like, you have 1 semester, please finish your graduation. Like, Pa, please, let me just try that. He's like, you finish it. Maybe it was, I don't know, destiny or something, but unfortunately, COVID happened, and of course the world stopped. And in February 2020, I think March was when the lockdown happened, final semester. Graduating in May, suddenly everything stopped, all exams got pushed, CFA got pushed, the world sat at home, lockdown happened, people couldn't move anywhere. What do you do? That time, I went to Dad. I'm like, Dad, now is the time. Tell me what is your progress on the entire this business idea or concept. Luckily for us, we had a mentor who we had onboarded. So he was basically giving him an idea about how the entire startup ecosystem works, about how the entire fundraising system works, this profitability, this creating this entire proper business model works. Luckily, so in my department, like little bit of my background was I had done so many ventures. I was interested in this entire idea about startups, and we were like, you know, Papa, this is how, you know, the entire startup ecosystem works. Again, pre-owned two-wheeler industry. At that time, I had no idea what I was doing. Let me just be clear. I just was like, adrenaline rush, you know, there's an idea, there was an opportunity. So I went to him, explained, he's like, we have time, let us sit and let us work it out. And then my sister and I, Disha Khandelwal, the other co-founder, we both sat, we went to him, we did a basic course on startup entrepreneurship. Luckily with that mentor, he's like, okay, you need to create a lean canvas. Okay, you need to create a business model. Okay, you need to create a target audience. You want to create a business plan. Who are you creating it for? Who is your target audience? That time we were like, two-wheelers to everybody uses, right? So, you know, everyone. But he's like, no, you cannot serve everyone in the beginning, right? So that is how, with our mentors, we jot down and we started talking about what we understood what a lean business model canvas was. We understood what this target audience was. We understood what is this entire ecosystem of startup investing was. And then we went to him, and now we all love our business models. How many of you all are participating in the business model competition? Please raise your hands, don't be afraid. Any one of you all have your, okay, excellent. How many of you all want to create business plans, ideas, startups? There are entrepreneurs, aspiring entrepreneurs, right? And guys, no age group to this. It can be as young and as old as possible in this audience. Because in my few pointers, it's gonna help you how to, you know, take the first step. So idea was that we started, the main feedback was we started going for competitions. That's right. We created our business plan, we created our business model. We all loved, okay, you know what, we have an excellent business model. We have the target audience, we have the opportunity, there is no competition. We're seeing that we can make a lot of money, we have the experience, etc. We started going and applying to all these business competitions. And that is when we started realizing we had absolutely no idea what we were doing. Because we started getting questions, these tough questions, they started telling us, they started asking us hard conversations. And most importantly, you're 22-year-old, right? You're 19-year-old, right? One of you is in college. How are you going to run this business? I mean, do you even know? Okay, fair enough. No doubt about it. We were like that. I mean, you know, he's also there. You can talk about the industry specifics, but, you know, we were trying to build something and we were trying to learn something. No problem. We started pitching. Luckily for us, in the pitch, the business plan competition, the judge panel that was there, what we used to do, this trick was, because we had no idea about this entire business model or how the startup ecosystem worked, we used to go follow everyone on LinkedIn. We used to go, क्योंकि हमारा judge panel था, we used to find them on LinkedIn, we used to connect with them, and we used to just simply ask for their feedback. Let me tell you this, for whoever who wants to start your own business or startup, you all want to not ask for money immediately, but you all want to get mentors on board and you all want to get feedback. And that is the best way for you to improve your business model. And that is how we started. Then push forward to September 2020. just one day before we were going to launch our first store in Pune, August 30th of 2020. That time, no one in my family or friends had any idea what we were doing. We just had a concept. We were these two girls who found an idea. We were excited and we want to work on it, and we had been working for months on it. But it was like, okay, the idea was good, but revenue had not started coming in. We did not have customers. But just one day before starting the store, we had only 20 vehicles, and it hit. And I had a breakdown, and a very major one. And I went to my dad, and I went to my sister, and I told her, "Kya kar rahe hai? Is the world going to accept us? We're two young girls. We're trying to revolutionize the two-wheeler industry. Frankly, we knew nothing about it. Are people going to accept us?" We were more afraid about being rejected because it's a B2C market, right? I mean, if people find out two girls are running it, how can you trust the brand? They don't have any experience. Two-wheelers, male-dominated industry. Yeah, what are we going to do? It was bad. Oh, and one of the funny stories, I posted it on my Instagram, something really cool coming up at Hamare Puja mein we used to wear these traditional. And I just happened to switch off my phone, and people, instead of thinking that I was going to start up my own company, people started congratulating me because they thought I was getting engaged. Yeah, I was 22. Traditional attire, because hum jo puja karte to we wear traditional, right? And we start a business, we start a new store with the puja. That is the tradition we follow. I posted saying caption, "Oh, you know what? Something really cool coming up." That was the reality. Of course, it hurt. Suddenly, my dad gets a call: "Is Khyati getting engaged?" I said, "What are you talking about?" I had not released it to the public that I was starting a venture. But yeah, that was the reality. That was the funny story before it started, and we launched. Luckily, I told three of my best friends, "You know what, just push it out there so that I can repost so that the world will know that, okay, you know what, she's not getting engaged, but she's actually she's starting her own venture, and that too a two-wheeler venture." Luckily, for the love, and maybe I would like to say that I'm touchwood blessed, is I got a lot of love, a lot of appreciation. And guys, let me tell you this. You guys may never realize how your love, your support, and your appreciation can change someone's future. And that, touchwood, gratefully, not my family first, but my friends, they supported. Even random people, they're like, "You know what, okay, you want to start, just go start, we'll figure it out." And that's what dad said, "You know what, just go ahead, try, just give it a shot. Kuch nahi, we'll try, we'll learn how to swim." And I'm pretty sure a lot of us have a lot of worries and, this fear. What are we going to do? Why are we going to, is the world going to accept us? Forget making money, forget having customers, but will the world accept you? But they did. And with the first month, with only one store in Kharadi, 20 vehicles, in the first month we had our first 100 customers. And that was a pretty big changing moment. Okay, you know what, people actually want to buy two-wheelers. All our two-wheelers, of course, our model was, we used to buy immediately within 20 minutes. We used to refurbish all the vehicles, and all our vehicles used to be ready for sale. And of course, that department, the operations department, was Mr. Krishi Khandeva's, that is our father. And what were we doing? We were trying to understand, we were trying to learn, but most importantly, from identifying or making this untapped industry to actually it being recognized, to actually it being seen as an opportunity, to actually it moving towards a proper solid business model. It has taken us 2.5 years. Let me tell you, pre-owned two-wheeler, how many of you all have sold your vehicles? Two-wheelers, cars? OLX पे कितने लोगों ने बेचा है? I mean, not two-wheeler, but anything. How many of you all, God forbid, but have been a part of frauds on OLX? Or anyone you all know? You all don't need to tell yourself, but anyone you all know. Fraudulent activities? Yeah, there is a big problem. So, yeah, there was a market, and it got proven, it got validated. And from one store, from September 2020, on only 20 vehicles inventory ready for sale. in 2 years and 5 months. Today we have 6 stores, out of which 2 are franchisees. We've successfully sold 2 franchisees which are profitable. Every store is profitable. To serving more than 5,000 customers. To being one of the largest brands of the brioche footwear industry. To being one of the fastest growing in the country. While being bootstrapped, we had not raised funds for at least 2 years. We knew, at least Disha and I knew, kuch to kar rahe the. Something was happening. And that is why today, competitors from all across the world, across the country, people today, we have what, 6 stores across Pune, and today when we start becoming this really huge ass brand, people start coming, oh, you know what, who is this person? We want to collaborate with you, we want to tie with you. But the idea was that it was happening. And of course, with all your blessings and wishes and with everything, this is just the beginning and we will keep growing. So yeah, so this is, sorry, I know it took about 15-20 minutes, but yeah, this is our journey of how we started, how 2 young girls at 19 and 22 started two-wheeler. Of course, with the blessings and with the knowledge of their father and of their family, friends, and their support. We changed a traditional brick and mortar family business into a completely full-fledged business model running a startup which is scalable. So this is a little bit of our story, and I would love to answer your questions and go ahead, and I will try my best to be there and to help, and not just for this session. Anytime if any one of y'all wants to connect, and if y'all just have even one takeaway from this story, I know my purpose of coming here has been completely successful. So any questions, anything at all, just be relaxed. Any questions? Yeah, please.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Actually, I have a business idea,
Yeah.
startup plan in my head. और validation के लिए जब मैं जाता हूँ लोगों के पास, मैं बताता हूँ उनको कि this is my idea and do you think ये काम करेगा?
Okay.
बहुत से लोग होते हैं जो बोलते हैं चल सकता है, काफी अच्छा आइडिया, अभी तक किसी ने सोचा भी नहीं है, but कुछ ऐसे होते हैं जो बहुत बुरी तरीके से मुंह पे गिराते हैं, बोलते हैं नहीं चलेगा. How do you deal with it? मैं सोचता हूँ कि हाँ कर सकता हूँ, but नहीं होता मुझसे. फिर सोचता हूँ यार चला नहीं चला क्या होगा.
ठीक है, आप उनसे एक क्वेश्चन पूछ सकते हैं. फर्स्टली kudos कि आपने एक बिजनेस आइडिया को वैलिडेट करने की कोशिश की. You go to them, you ask them, okay, the ones firstly who are agreeing, you ask them, will you pay for it? First you get that. You create a survey. It can be in-person survey or it can be a document. Usually people don't prefer Google Form surveys, just go in person, try documenting it. Try creating a business basic product with minimum investment, and just try to see if you can get the first 10 customers. Only, the first step is only to get the first 10 customers. You will get enough feedback. That is number 1. Second, to get more structure to your business plan. Okay, even if you do not want to invest, just create a business plan model or a business lean canvas. I will be talking about that in just a few minutes. It's just going to take 2 minutes. Create a business model plan or a lean canvas is just a one-page document and answer those questions. See, validate that, just take that, create a basic 5-slide pitch presentation and just go for business plan competitions. Just do 3 to 4. You don't even need to start a business. Over there, you have seasoned investors, you have seasoned judge panel who will actually give you a valuable feedback about your business plan and model. So on the customer side and on the business validation side, you're going to get feedback. You know that it's minimum investment, you're going to get courage. And best part, what if you get a mentor? You're like, Chal, I'm going to go and help you with it.
वही तो चाहिए. There's nobody who's actually बता नहीं रहा कि what you have to do. They're just तुम करो हम साथ.
I will just show it to you. What are the first 3 steps you have to do, and just go apply for business plan competitions. And if there's anything else, come to me.
Thank you.
Anything else? Yes. No, ma'am. Please, Khyati. Please be comfortable.
My question is,
How do you stay up to date with the industry trends and changes, and what kind of ongoing learning do you do to keep your business competitive?
Okay, thank you so much. That's an excellent question. Upskilling is constant. You want to be on top, you have to keep upskilling. Every quarter, I take a skill, number one, anything. I take a skill, Coursera, Google, YouTube, anything, and I try to master it. Every quarter. You do not have to try it every month, just try it every quarter, every 3 months. That is number one. Number two, it is very important to keep reading. Best, one of my favorite articles. How many of you all read FinShots? Okay, that's a very less crowd. Guys, FINSHOTS, FinShots. Just read that every day. It says it in a baby language and you will be up to date. That is all that you need to do. And if you have a business plan, I'm going to again give you 2 to 3 steps. Just follow that. But yeah, you need to keep reading about it. Basic 1122 articles. Again, every quarter upskill. That is it.
Hello ma'am, this is Gautam Bajaj. Actually my father is also in this industry from last 25 years.
Excellent.
So our sales is good, our operations are also good.
Yeah.
But sometimes we feel stuck in purchasing department.
Yes.
What's the solution?
Purchasing, okay, this industry is the supply game. Even we are trying to solve that. That is one of the things. Guys, that's your professor out there. But yeah, basically the idea is yes, procurement is a very big problem. The biggest challenge about this industry is कितने price पे right खरीदनी चाहिए? क्या right price पे खरीदनी चाहिए? For that, you need to sit with your father and you need to actually come up with a solution. You need to get his data or maybe 5 to 10 years worth of data and you yourself. But the best way is technology, of course. And the second thing is you actually have to go on the ground and learn how to procure. It is an art, it's not even science, it is an art. And mainly it depends on demand and supply of that particular market. One bike in one location in Pune, same bike, same specs, same kilometers driven, same number of years, has a different price in Pune and in Bangalore. So it differs. So for that, that is one of the challenges that you will have to face. Supply strong banana. No problem.
I'm sure there will be a lot of questions, but paucity of time. In fact, sir, we should, we should call Khyati for a session or probably give her an Indica subject.
Thank you so much, guys. How much time do I have?
So we're actually running out of time. Can we have a quick question, the last one?
I actually, wanted to summarize in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. You just take one, I'll take one more question. 5 minutes, please bear with me. I hope that's okay with the other speakers.
Hello ma'am, I am Kritika Director.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you for sharing your views and experience. It was really inspiring. I want to know about the business. My question to you is, as global market is entering into the India, do you think second-hand bike market is sustainable?
That's an excellent question. Firstly, two-wheeler is the largest number of India is one of the largest markets, not one of the largest markets of two-wheelers in India. How many of you all ride a two-wheeler? How many of y'all will continue upgrading your two-wheelers? If y'all have bought a two-wheeler, y'all would want to sell your two-wheelers, right? How many of y'all will sell your two-wheelers in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? That becomes the pre-owned two-wheeler industry. This entire thing is my audience. I hope that answers your question. With the Indian infrastructure, it is not possible to completely, with the Indian population and the infrastructure, it is not possible to completely switch to cars. And plus cars, new cars, second-hand cars are not very affordable to the common man, whose average income is probably anywhere between 15 to 30,000. So for that, I hope that answers your question.
Yes ma'am, thank you ma'am.
Quickly guys, just 2 minutes if that's okay. Okay. My screen. Before important lessons, just take the first step guys, please, whoever is interested in, the idea is just to take the first step or the first 3 steps. Y'all, whoever is even participating or any of your friends are also participating in business plan competitions or anyone who might help, please write this down. First step is only doing these. The lean canvases and framework, you'll just answer that question and go for reviews and feedback with any entrepreneur. Any competition, you'll get it. SWOT analysis, competition analysis and industry analysis. You do the SWOT analysis. Third, Porter's 5 forces. You guys are MBA students and PGDM students. I'm sure one of you guys have heard about it. Apply that to your business idea. For validation, these are for validation. One of you all asked me a question, how do you validate your idea? These are the frameworks. Using the first 4 frameworks, you have to create your pitch deck. Okay, 5 to 7 slides, that's more than enough. Even if your basic revenue projections be aate hain, no problem. Just try, okay? And go for business plan competitions. It's the best way to network. It is the best way to get people to know you. It is the best place to go for feedbacks. Just keep going on for business plan competitions. And to help, just do this, guys. Literally, just do this. This is your first step. Paisa nahi jayega, thoda sa time aur mehnat jayegi. But if you guys want to be entrepreneurs, yeah. Oh, and by the way, very important, you do not have to start up to be an entrepreneur. Being very clear. Entrepreneurship is nothing but problem solving plus innovation plus value creation and plus making money. If you all do that in any company also, if you all are leading a department and if you all are checking these 4 parameters, if you all are helping any of your freelancers or solo projects, etc., you all are doing this, you all are entrepreneurs. So that is what I want to close my entire presentation with. You all can just take a screenshot. Thank you so much for having me here. I hope I didn't bore you guys too much. And if there's anything, you all can connect with me on LinkedIn. Oh, yeah, my LinkedIn is there. Kyati Khandelwal. Thank you guys. And thank you so much everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm sure your interesting journey has inspired the audience. And we will definitely invite you for the guest session as mentioned by Tausif sir.
Moving on to our next speaker, we have with us Dr. Arjun Singh Bajwa, co-founder KB Gold Sciences Private Limited. Sir is the co-founder and CTO of KB Gold Sciences Private Limited. Sir is a PhD graduate in bioprocess technology from Institute of Chemical Technology. Sir has successfully scaled up and transferred fermentation technologies to European companies.
I would like to welcome sir on stage.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I'm Arjun Singh Bajwa, co-founder of KB Gold Sciences Private Limited. We are a deep tech startup based in Pune, and today I'd like to share with you all some pointers on how to build a deep tech startup. Before I do that, I'd like to share about KB Golds, what KB Golds does, what's the product, what's the technology. Once I've taken you through that, then maybe I'll share some pointers over that. So just to give you a brief overview, colors are everywhere, from the clothes you wear, to the food you eat, to the cosmetics you apply. But have you wondered where these colors come from? 99% of the colors used in the market are chemical colors. And chemical colors are all derived from petroleum resources. So KB Gold Sciences, which was incorporated in January of 2018, focuses on producing natural colors from microorganisms or bacteria. KB Golds is a deep tech startup that is leveraging fermentation process to produce colors which are water soluble, non-genetically modified, reproducible, and have shown good performances. So why did we start KB Golds? The reason for starting KB Golds was, the question was why, was because presently all the colors that came into the market were petroleum-based colors, and petroleum is a non-renewable resource. So the starting material for all colors, which is petroleum, is non-renewable. There is a shift from non-renewable to renewable now. Brands are looking for that. And when you use these colors, there's a lot of pollution in it. So for example, when your t-shirt is dyed, just this t-shirt I'm wearing, almost 50% of that color goes into the water bodies, which never degrades. So with every ton of the fabric that we are dyeing, we're polluting 200 tons of the water. Many of these dyes are non-biodegradable. They are very toxic. They enter our water bodies, and through that, they are able to enter our food chains as well. And that is why there has been a revolution coming. A revolution where brands, retailers, manufacturers have been looking for an alternative to these chemical colors. And we were aware of that. The only alternative that existed in the market till now was extracting colors from flowers. So if you know, you extract yellow from marigold flower, you can extract pink from these roses that are here. So that was the only alternative till date. But we thought, why not change that alternative and bring in a new way of producing colors? And that's where KBCOL started developing its technology of producing colors through fermentation processes. What you see over here right now is an example of the red-pink color that we've produced in a bioreactor. This is in a 5-liter scale bioreactor. You can see how vibrant that red-pink color has come in. After that, we process it and make it into a final product. Making into a final product is so important because we cannot, we wanted to bring in a drop-in solution for the customers. So our final product, which is powder form, is kind of a drop-in solution where you can just replace chemical colors with our biocolors. Through our technology, we were actually very fortunate that we were selected to showcase our technology at Lakme Fashion Week. So what you see on the left side is an example of where we worked with a brand called Kasha in Pune, and we showcased our technology at Lakme Fashion Week, which is India's premier fashion event. Through this technology, we've actually got connected to brands like Calvin Klein, Tommy Hilfiger, others we are working with now. And on the right hand side, you have an example where we have worked with a company in Turkey now to produce these final garments which have been dyed with microbial based biocolors. So these are examples of the final products that have been made using our product, using our technology. Just to give you an overview of the journey, we started back in 2018. I and my co-founder Vaishali, we were both pursuing our PhDs in biotechnology. We finished our PhDs in 2018, and immediately post that we actually took this idea to Government of India, BIRAC, and we told them that there is a need for alternatives to chemical colors. The only existing solution is plants, but we could do it better through microorganisms. And we were fortunate that Government of India actually supported us. They liked the idea. They supported us with an R&D grant in 2018 for 50 lakhs to take this forward. In 2019, what we were able to do was extract a couple of colors, show to them that the applications could be developed on fabrics, cosmetics. So in 2019, they again supported us, Government of India, BIRAC, through a bigger grant this time to actually create a minimum viable product. So till 2019, we had not created an MVP, but 2019, they helped us with a grant to make a minimum viable product. And in 2020, we were able to close our seed round. So we created our minimum viable product, MVP. We closed our seed round, which was led by Chirati Ventures. It's one of the leading VC firms in India. Co-participated by Axelor. Axelor is founded by Infosys co-founder Chris Gopalakrishnan. So these were some big names that really helped us take this forward. So that in 2020, in 2021, we actually moved out of our bio incubator, which was in NCL Park, and we have now set up our facility in Pune, a 2,000 square feet R&D pilot facility, and we are very soon will be expanding it with new funds and new team that will come up. KBCOL's technology has been awarded at various forums, national, international, for the work that we do. I would like to share with you that entrepreneurship is a journey, that unfolds itself. When we finished our PhD in 2018, we had no idea how this would go, where I would land up after 5 years. But I'm still figuring that out, and it's still a journey that is being going forward. Last month, we were one of the winners at the National Startup Awards, and we were featured in Hindustan Times along with another startup, Identity Solutions. So out of 2,600 applications, we were one of those top 40 winners for our technology and product. So it's a journey that unfolds on its own. These are thoughts you can actually connect later, not now, but you must go ahead and start working towards that. So now, when I've given you an overview of what KB Calls is, what the product is, what we do, I'd like to share a few deep tech startup pointers with you. Now, deep tech startup is very different from a conventional tech startup. Deep tech startup involves a high degree of science and high tech innovations to solve a problem. You're not looking at just an app which is aggregating platform, no. You're looking at a deep tech solution that can really just revolutionize or disrupt the industries. I'll give you some very good examples of it. Look at algorithm AI systems or these systems being used to now predict cancers and diseases. That's a big thing. That's a big thing that's not been done. But in recent years, there are reports coming that people can predict cancer based on algorithms. In case we are able to crack it, it's an idea which will revolutionize the whole industry. India has 1.4 billion people. You're looking at health tech. This is a big market. So if you can work on ideas like this, you have a great pharma department there. If you can work on ideas like this, it will be amazing. Last month, we all know what happened in Turkey. If we could create something, a software or a platform where we could predict all these things that are happening or could happen in the coming time, we could save millions of lives that way, millions of lives. And that's another deep tech idea that will revolutionize the industry. So when I talk about deep tech, I'm not just talking about tech platforms, but real science deep tech that will just revolutionize or disrupt the industries. Over here, I would like to share, would you call Uber or Ola, will they qualify as a deep tech startup? No doubt, they disrupted the industries. Uber and Ola have disrupted the industries, but they're still not qualifying as deep tech startups. They're still qualified as shallow tech startups because the sharing platform was already there. What they did was bring it all together on one platform. Great idea. So you can disrupt with shallow tech, normal tech, but deep tech is a little different. So when you're talking about deep tech, remember, don't compare your milestones with others because deep tech ideas will take time. It will take a lot of time for you to get to your idea, to you to normalize your idea, and to be able to create a platform or a business around it. So the best thing, don't compare your milestones when you're working with a deep tech idea or a deep tech startup. Second, dream big but execute small. I and Vaishali, when we used to go and pitch to BIRAC, Government of India, I remember we used to tell them, we will produce this at scale at 10,000 liters, and they would laugh on us. They would say, you've gone mad, both of you. But what we always dreamt big, and today now, the best part, we've already started reaching 100 and 1,000 liters. So step by step is what we've realized, that you need to keep going up, but you need to dream big in it. Third, find patient capital for deep tech. Deep tech will be different from other tech, so you need to really find patient capital because it could take you 5 to 7 years before you can really start giving returns to your investors. And fourth, very important, be risk takers. I think the previous talk you heard about was all about how they started taking risks when they heard the idea at just a very young age of 19, 20. So that is all that all of you need to focus on and be ready to take risks. There is no harm in falling down and getting up again. I call it 3 points that are crucial for deep tech. If you talk to an investor, they'll say 3 points that make deep tech startups sellable to anyone else. So those 3 points for people are team. Team is important for every startup. It's not deep tech, it's every startup. But in deep tech, forms a major part because you need subject experts as well. So if you're working with some idea which is revolutionary, involves a lot of science, it's better to have people on board that understand technology better and can help you solve. So team becomes an important part. Intellectual property is an absolute important thing. You should know how to protect it, how to keep it safe. And the third part is the product and the technology. It does not matter how complicated your process looks, the product should be as simple to use as possible. When we started working on a product, we were working with liquid solutions, and you have no idea that to export liquid solutions, it's a big hassle. So we had to completely change our business model from liquid solutions to make it into a powder form and then being able to export our product. So product forms a very important part. Make it as simple as you can for the customer to use it and take it forward. And if you're able to crack that, the customer will pay for it. Many of you are budding entrepreneurs here. Many of you might have great ideas that you want to work with. I'd like to just share with you that there are a lot of funding platforms that are available now to the general public. You have a lot of grants available. Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, TDB, Technology Development Board, all of these give grants. FICCI gives grants. So there are multiple grants that are available, and I'm sure many of you will crack those grants as well. But remember, once you get those grants or any prizes that you win, 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, these are just the start of your company's journey. Don't think that this is it, I've cracked it all. This is just the start of your journey. When you are starting, focus on capacity building. We got around 1.2 crores from BIRAC. We only utilized that money for building capacity for us because we realized that we wanted to play a big game. What we wanted was to build a complete facility that could help us manufacture the product at our end. So focus on asset building, focus on capacity building. Initial years are the time when you can focus on technology, IP, and in the end, I'll just like to say, when you're pitching your idea, do not over-promise. In excitement, many of us promise a lot of things. It's not possible every time. So do not overpromise. You should learn how to manage expectations. That becomes a very important part of your pitch deck that you make. So in the end, I'll just close out with a suggestion for everyone. You need to keep a balance between technical and the business aspects. There are some pitches which go too technical at times, and those will not help you. So you need to have a balance between the IP, the technology, as well as the business aspects. A business is only made if it can sell to a customer. So that aspect has to be covered in your deep tech startup pitch as well. You need to be clear and concise when you are pitching and drafting your idea. Make it as simple as possible for the general public. Only if they understand it will you really be able to sell your idea. Build a strong team. There is no second way to it. A startup will only succeed if you are able to build a strong team and stay together. 3 founders, 4 founders, 5, 2, does not matter how many you are, but you need to be strong together, build a strong team together. Be open to suggestions and flexible. It will change. In the 5 years that we've been there, from 2018 to 2023, we've changed our business model, we've changed our business so many times because we understand that you need to be flexible and not rigid in your approach. Believe in what you do. Perseverance, people, is the key over here. You need to keep going back to your place, keep working on that idea. It does not click in one go. It takes time. So believe in what you do. And in the end, I'll say, take the plunge, because every second of this journey is worth it. That I can share with you with my own experience. So I'd just like to tell all of you, take this plunge, because every second of this entrepreneurship journey is completely worth it. Yeah. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you may have.
Hi, yeah. So I think first of all,
So sorry.
okay. So first of all, I run a startup with a fundamental planet before profit. So for me, eco-friendly is a very special part of my life because I don't think there's any better way of living life than eco-friendly. So I had two questions to you. One is during our business, we use a lot of prints, which I don't like. I avoid flex a lot. I try substituting it with other solutions. So the flex kind of a thing that, for example, when we enter the gate today, we have this big flex of our event, right? So imagine the amount of flex and printing that is happening in award shows, in events, in national events, in all kind of local and international events. So is there a substitute that we can think around that? Second, every one of us has this kind of attraction for good-looking packaging, be it customer or the entrepreneur. So is there a substitute that we are also thinking around along with the apparel industry? Are you also focusing on better packaging solutions with better eco-friendly solutions for packaging, which also has to have colors around it, especially the companies need to stick to their color codes and everything. So that another thing. And also one last question attached to your brand itself is that you are completely against the chemicals, if I'm not wrong. Not completely against, but kind of a chemical-free kind of a process, right? So it's some incredible and very important work. So what's with the brand name, KB Calls? Is it also similar to chemicals?
Thank you so much. I'll answer the third part first, the brand name. Actually, we were both college graduates, finished our PhD, and we went out and took this idea. So the KB is actually the surnames of both the founders, Kulkarni and Bajwa. So we put it over there, and colors stands for colors, calls is for the colors. So just young people out there pitching the idea. So that's why we thought we'll make a company on our name, we'll have our surnames over there. Just how young people do. So
But the fact that it sounds very similar to chemicals, is there something, it can go something very eco-friendly maybe?
Yes, no, I think that's a great idea. What we've also learned in the last 3 to 4 years in this is that this is our company name. When we are actually taking our products out, launching it out, we will have a brand name for the biocolors, which will be different from the company name. Just like our Mama Earth does it, or the other brands, Sugar, they have a company name different, but a brand name different. So we will also do it because we did realize KB Calls was fit of the moment at that time. But yeah, we will look at the brand. Flex printing, I think unbelievable in terms of just the amount of flex printing that happens. All those colors, everything is chemical. There is no natural alternative to it. I'll be happy to share with you. We are now working with a company called SG Prints in Netherlands. That is towards creating inks for printing using printers, flex printing and others. So we've now started working on this idea with that company, SG Prints in Netherlands, where they're actually testing our product and seeing if our colors could be a replacement or could be basically used for flex printing and others as well.
I think this is one of the most noble things you can add to the world of business, and it's really noble. Thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Myself, Ayush Pujari. My question is, what is the essential aspect of a business pitch if we are looking for startup in a new venture?
Sure. The first essential aspect of any business pitch, any means any, should be why. So you should address why you are building that company. That is the hook. See? So that hook needs to be perfectly placed. That will make you win 30% of the battle there. If people can understand the problem, if people can evaluate the scale of the problem when you are defining it, that becomes the first essential part for any pitch. Once you've done that, the second essential part is the solution. How your solution is addressing that problem. So you start making the solution part after it. After the solution, you move towards the business aspects. How your solution will be able to make money for your company in simple language. For example, in our case, we sell our product, the colors, to different businesses and we charge for them. So that is a kind of a B2B business model. So you need to make the other person or the judges understand how you will make money with your idea. Fourth essential aspects can be your team. It's very important. Can be related to IP of the technology and other aspects. But if you've covered basically these three, which is the problem, the solution, and the business model of how you will make, you've done and covered most of what is required. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Arjun sir,
Hello, sir.
paucity of time. We will definitely be mailing you these questions. Parth and Anushka, I'm sure sir will mail you all these questions. Due to paucity of time, will not be able to go ahead with further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anushka,
Thank you.
your question. Sir's LinkedIn handle is LinkedIn profile.
Yeah. I'm there on LinkedIn, sorry, but
Actually, you don't have it.
yeah, I don't have it, but you of course can connect me. You can find me on LinkedIn, Arjun Bajwa. Yeah.
We'll share the handles to all the students, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You gave us a new perspective on tech startups, from funding capitals to business establishment. We thoroughly enjoyed your sessions.
Moving on, I would like to formally introduce Mr. Pratap Pawar, Founder Director, Guruji Air Center of Excellence.
A follower of Acharya Chanakya, a believer of technological innovations to simplify and magnify human experiences.
Backed by education from the prestigious institution, namely BGTI, VIT Mumbai.
Sir is the founder and director of Guruji Air, a big vision startup revolutionizing Indian education system with tech-driven solutions.
Guruji Air, empowering world school to be technologically innovative.
Guruji Air is an organization that works to unskill students, school, and expose them to future-ready technology. We would be immensely pleased to hear from you, sir. The stage is all yours, sir.
Okay, तो सब जाग रहे हैं? जागो, entrepreneurs जागो, जागो, dreamers जागो. Okay, first start. Okay, let's first see our promotional video and then it starts. So imagine whatever you are working, whatever you are studying now, for the future work will be not the future. For what we can say, future job, which will be not used for the future job. Just imagine, whatever you are studying now is not useful for the future after 5 years. That's not I'm saying, that's the fact, which is World Economic Forums, which is who is student, like a 65% student who is entering in the primary schools, is not studying for the future aspects. Suppose whatever we are not teaching to them, like an whatever like a latest technological knowledge, that student will be not there is a zero inputs from the schools aspects. So okay, if you talk about the स्विट्जरलैंड पॉपुलेशन, हम जब उसकी बात करते हैं तो उसकी पॉपुलेशन जो है इज मोर देन दैट कि इंडिया में जैसे हर साल इंडिया लाइक इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट्स पास आउट्स होते हैं, राइट? बट मोर देन दैट स्विट्जरलैंड का जो इनोवेशन एंड इंजीनियरिंग का इंडेक्स है मोर देन दैट द इंडिया. इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द लाइक 1947 के बाद साइंस एंड इनोवेशंस पे हमने जीरो what we can say zero not patent but innovations file kiye hai. And if you talk about the ASER report, 85% educators, Indian educators is not eligible for the employment, and that is a fact. So I am Pratapawar, founder and CEO of Guruji Air. Guruji means that to giving a pure education to the students, and Air is stand for AI, art and robotics. So our mission is that to empowering schools to be technologically innovative. So we are giving experiential learning, hands-on experiments on the latest technology, not for the school college student, for the school student. So our 6th standard student is making a home automation, agriculture automation, and lots of advanced projects. So we are doing innovation with the students. So let's see the why we started that, like in having the presence of multiple technology across the sector. This is the first generation which is growing up with the technologies like an AI, IoT and robotics. However, India's schools and even colleges not adequately provide a practical exposure of those technology, and that's why Guruji Center of Excellence Lab is born. The problem is that we can say inability and competency to train new technology for the children. Also, we can say insufficient resources in lab. Also, there is lots of lakhs of crores of rupees spending the schools and colleges to purchase that kind of IoT and technological machine. But report says that after 1 and 2 years, there will be only 30% use. So what we can do? We are also developing technology. We are, as you saw on the video, there is a chip which is developed by us, which is an AI and IoT technology chip. Okay, can I ask how many students from here, from the engineering background? Can you raise your hand? Drop out? Okay, yeah. Right. So, what's the solution? So that's the Guruji Air COE, like in Center of Excellence Lab. This is the Guruji Air block. This is the Guruji Air portable lab, India's first portable lab, where students can do more than 100 experiments, which is not related to the. Excuse me. Yeah. Right. So which is not related to the normal experiments, kind of the embedded system, which is related to the AI and robotics technology. And what we are not developing in only technological lab. Our mission is that to innovate entrepreneurs with the latest technology. Like we all know that if you have to do any startup and if you have to do any startup business, everything is required technology. Technology is not related to the only engineering. And that's why we started. So that's the realistic product architecture, which is developed in the schools, and that's sending a data. That's the realistic product architecture. So that's the till date. We are educated more than 11,000 students. Yeah, and if we talk about the rural background, in the rural there is a 3,000 plus school student who is doing an innovative project and connecting with us and still working with us. And that's the biggest milestone of our achievements. Recently, like on 26th January, we launched in the Nigeria, and we are in the global presence. We'll see how we go into the Nigerian, why Nigerian people is like to do, like they are very overwhelming welcome to the Gurujis. They just love it how Guruji is working with Nigeria. That's the 1 year map for the Guruji. There's 1 year old company. In that 1 year old company, we gone global. We raise I'm the person who rejected the Shark Tank season 2. Okay, so I rejected the offer from the Shark Tank season 2 because there is some reason. The person? Okay, आप लोगों ने सब लोगों ने सुना होगा कि like an idea पे पैसे मिलते हैं, right? Okay, so what do you think? Idea पे पैसे मिलते हैं या नहीं? Right. तो only वहाँ पे 0.01% स्टार्टअप्स या फिर फाउंडर्स होते हैं जिनको आइडिया में पैसे मिलते हैं, और वो स्टार्टअप या फाउंडर्स जो है 0.01% उसमें मैं हूँ. Okay, so आइडिया पे पैसे मिलते हैं, and आइडिया पे पैसे मैंने 8 करोड़ वैल्यूएशन पे पैसे उठाए हैं खाली आइडिया पे, without existing any project, only idea and vision and scalability aspects on the founders पैसे लगाते हैं लोग अगर आइडिया वैसे हो तो. So that's the 1 year plan, which is like in Symbiosis Shark Tank, which is highest funding what we raised. And within a 10 or 9 months, we raised the seed fund round at the valuation of $1 million. And yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, one more thing. Sorry. As I said, we recently launched in the annual 26th Jan. We launched in the Nigeria. So round of applause to we have Nigerian ambassadors here who will address why Guruji is important. So he is a Nigerian ambassador and data scientist of the Guruji here. He is doing a really great work in Nigeria. Till date, there is an 4,000 students we already educated in the Nigeria country. And
Namaste, all of you. First of all, my name is Indira and I am a foreign national student in Symbiosis Institute of Technology. I am currently in the final year, and I am an intern at Guruji AIR and also the international ambassador of Guruji in Africa at large. I can share with you why and what's the reason behind joining Guruji personally. So, as Mr. Pratap explained to you that these technologies are actually not only for the science students, but it's also relatable to the commercial students and the management ones. For example, let's see, let me talk based on the science classes or department. So in our schools, we always have, let's say, science laboratories that actually make, let's say, something like a physics-based experiment, chemistry-based experiment, biology-based experiment, but like hardly you'll find, let's say, many schools that have technology-based experiment where students can actually perform this type of technologies like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics technology, and they are actually around us everywhere, isn't it? And they are the technologies that in the coming 5 years, I can say maybe they'll be nearly everywhere we are, right? So why can't we teach the students, or let's say our future generations, to be technologically ready for these technologies that is coming? And that is why I thought joining Guruji will actually not help me alone, but my country, Nigeria. So because of that reason, I actually suggested that I think if Guruji is going globally, we should take it to Nigeria first. So that at least our kids cannot miss that technology. Because India is already advanced in that with the help of Mr. Pratap. So far, in India, more than I think 8,000 students were taught about these technologies. So why can't we start in Nigeria? And we thought about that, and we agreed. I went to Nigeria, and I visited, I think, somewhere around 45 schools in 5 different states, where, as you can see, there are so many students actually who were happily and really interested, and they were curious about these technologies, and they really tried and understand how many of these things work, and it will actually start working soon in different other countries as well in Africa. So that's actually the reason why I joined Guruji, to actually revolutionize the education system in the entire world. And it's going to happen soon. Thank you.
Okay. So I will end up with that thought, like my belief, and I live with that thought, like entrepreneurship is not being being own boss. It's kind of the creating future opportunities, and it's kind of creating an opportunity and futuring of the shapes. So thank you so much. Recently we just started a Gujarat club where all entrepreneurs, like go-getters, dreamers, wanted to enter into entrepreneurships, who want to join the innovations. They are just joining to the Gujarat club. If you want to join, you can just scan and just fill the form. Yeah. So any questions? Yeah, please.
Hello, sir. So this is Raj. And so my question is that there are various stories of founders raising money from investors, and they have got forbidden by the investors. So what are the precautions they have to take while raising funds in a perspective of founders?
Okay.
Yeah, and this question is to all the great entrepreneurs. Yeah.
मतलब आप बोल रहे हो कि इन्वेस्टर फंसाएंगे हमें, ऐसा?
हाँ सर, मतलब अभी
नहीं, हम फंसाते हैं इन्वेस्टर को, इन्वेस्टर हमें नहीं फंसाते मोस्टली।
वो भी पता है कि कैसे फंसाते हैं।
हाँ, yeah, so इन्वेस्टर ना फंसाए इसलिए, so I can say कि obviously इन्वेस्टर जो कोई भी है, definitely he don't know the overall picture, he don't know the हमने क्या ड्रीम देखा है about that startup, right? तो हम वही बताते हैं जितना उनको पता होना चाहिए, kind of things. And second thing is that कि any investor या कोई भी इन्वेस्टर कोई उस startup पे उस idea पे work करता है, तो definitely he will not go like in 1.5 year he will be run, but definitely he will shut down because वो जो dream देखा है वो हमने देखा है, वो dreams investor ने भी देखा है. So nowadays investor know about कि यही बंदा करेगा, अगर ये नहीं करेगा तो कोई नहीं करेगा. So that's my idea.
Good afternoon, sir. My question to you is, can you speak any obstacle and challenges you faced while designing this and how you overcome?
Oh, okay. So obstacle is that to mostly मुझे obstacle नहीं आए actually. जब मैं मेरे आइडियोलॉजी ऐसे कि जब हम वर्क करते हैं विद फुल फेज कोई भी स्टार्टअप या फिर आइडिया पे लाइक उसको 100% दे दो, वर्क हार्ड करो, जो कि हम थिंक करते हैं कि हमें खुद को लगना चाहिए कि मैंने 100% दिया. अगर हम वो 100% देते हैं तो आई डोंट थिंक कि ऑब्स्टेकल आते हैं. बट ऑब्स्टेकल जब भी आते हैं तो हमारा जो एंड विजन होता है हमेशा एट उसकी तरफ देखते हैं हम कि नहीं हमें ये करना है, तो ऑब्स्टेकल छोटी चीज लग जाती है.
Hello, sir.
Okay, sir. She is my fiancée, so वो जानबूझ के क्वेश्चन पूछ रही है.
Good evening, or I don't know what's the time. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
So I want to understand the pain points behind revolutionizing the education system in India. What are the pain points behind starting Guruji, and what is the vision that has also led to Guruji Air Club, and how do you plan to take it forward, and how can we all join it?
Okay. So as I say, I have done my masters in electronics from Indiapreneur college. If you talk about my background, I am the winner of Microsoft National Level Hackathon winner 2022, and IIT Eureka finalist, which is Asia's biggest business model competitions. I have my own patent. I'm the most time like selected youngest judge like for the Cyber Cipher or LOC 5.0. So as I said, I have done my masters in electronics from the VGTech college. My classmates don't know about how technology is working at the aspects. And if you talk about the Western countries, in that Western countries, 6th standard student is doing it very well with the technology. Why? Because they are more approaches about the practical exposure less than theoretical exposure. If you talk about the Indian education system, there is a 90% theoretical approach and only 2% is the practical approach. And that's why we started. So India में we started 5th standard से हम पढ़ाएंगे, technology पढ़ाएंगे. It's not kind of theoretically only पढ़ाएंगे, जो कि अभी भी education system में पढ़ाया जाता है, not for the schools, even engineering colleges or any colleges जहाँ पे. If you talk about like an, you guys know that अगर MBBS जो है, वो more successful क्यों है other professions से? What do you think? या फिर डॉक्टरेट जो फील्ड है वो मोर सक्सेसफुल है एज कम्पेयर टू अदर फील्ड लाइक इन बिजनेस और इंजीनियरिंग. फर्स्ट थिंग इज प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज, राइट? एंड सेकंड थिंग इज दैट वहां पे जो लाइक एन सॉरी सर, वहां पे जो टीचर्स पढ़ाते हैं वो खुद ऑपरेशंस करते हैं. अंडरस्टैंड? सो जो पढ़ा रहे हैं वो भी उनको एक्सपीरियंशियल नॉलेज चाहिए, वो खुद ने एक्सपीरियंस किया होना चाहिए और मोर अबाउट द प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज होना चाहिए. दैट्स द एक्सपर्ट्स एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम द 5th स्टैंडर्ड. नॉट वी आर नॉट टीचिंग टू द, we are not giving experiential learning to the college student, we are giving to the school student. That's why we started 5th standard. अगर 5th standard का बच्चा जो है at least वो understand करे कि technology work हो रही है. Everyone is talking about the AI and robotics. How many students know about the, like many students know about the hey Alexa turn on the light. कितने लोग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स कर पाएंगे कि हमें एलेक्सा को क्लाउड को कनेक्ट करना है, देन या के लाइट्स बंद करने हैं? व्हाट डू यू थिंक? कैन यू नो अबाउट हाउ टू टर्न एंड ऑफ लाइट विद एलेक्सा लाइक अभी यहाँ पे? Right? Our 6th standard student is doing such kind of projects. So that's our vision to teach in to be the future ready. जो future अभी हमने देखा कि like last 2 years जब COVID आता है, there is a 10x changing in the technology. So if you wanted to ready for the like if you wanted to be future ready, हमें 5th standard या फिर उसी से start करना पड़ेगा. And with that vision we started after 10 years. India has the most or maximum patents, which India has the most and maximum innovations. So we are starting and we dream for the innovative India. Thank you.
So my other question, how can we join Guruji Air Club and why did we start it?
Yeah, so as I said, Guruji Air, the agenda of the Guruji Air Club is that, like everyone knows about, there's a lots of questions, right? About the how to start, why to start, what about the networking, and networking is the biggest part in the startup journey. So what we are doing, we are gathering, like and taking a meetups from the entrepreneur, like with the entrepreneurs. वहाँ पे networking होते हैं, वहाँ पे idea exchange होते हैं. If you wanted to join, you just search on like an. Have you scanned that screen? Okay, you just fill the form. There is an obviously interview procedure. At the end, you will select it and you can join the Guruji Air Club, which is very exclusive for the entrepreneurs. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
आइडिया पे पैसे मिलते हैं या नहीं पता नहीं, लेकिन आइडिया पे एक सक्सेसफुल बिजनेस जरूर होता है. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर फॉर द वंडरफुल सेशन. Here comes the last speaker of this event, Ms. Asafari Kane, founding member, Padcare Labs Private Limited. I have the pleasure to introduce a woman who has dedicated her career to improving the lives of women around the world.
Her passion for empowering women and breaking down the taboos around menstruation has been an inspiration to many. So please join us in welcoming a true trailblazer and a champion of womanhood.
I would like to welcome ma'am on stage. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So hi everyone. Any science graduates here? Anyone from the biological sciences? Okay. So I'm one of you. No, I beg to differ. I am a science graduate. I do not have an MBA degree. I do not have any kind of commerce degree. I am a microbiologist, I'm a biotechnologist, and today I am here with my business. In my experience, right, I was a science graduate and I was addressing a problem which no one really speaks of, menstruation. We have a lot of females here, right? How many females over here are openly talking about periods in their homes or with their friends? Anyone? Okay. Have you guys ever faced a problem with menstrual hygiene products being available at a public place? It could be your sanitary pads, it could be a disposal facility, anything. Anyone? or everybody has gotten everything everywhere? Okay. So that is something which we were trying to address, right? And so when we started with Pad Care, we started with Ajinkya Dharia, who is the founder. Am I audible? Okay. Who is the founder of this company? I am the founding member. I joined him right from the inception, and we identified two major kinds of problems. One, when we were visiting a landfill site, we saw a waste picker manually segregating soiled sanitary pads using their bare hands. And this is not just the case at one landfill site, but this is everywhere. We have visited more than 15 landfill sites as of today, and we have seen people, actually segregating it. Imagine someone using your soiled sanitary pads using their bare hands on a daily basis. This was one of the trigger points. Second, when I was doing my masters, I was living in a hostel in Pune, and I actually saw an incinerator which I was unaware of being, deployed at an institutional level. For all those who don't know what incinerators are basically burning units. You burn biomedical waste or sanitary pads above 800 degrees Celsius. Imagine the kind of smoke it would release, right? Even at my hostel, there was a small incinerator. I was curious enough to see कि क्या होता है, कैसे dispose होता है pad इसमें. I went and I put my sanitary pad, and we have a lot of people, कि करना है इसलिए लगा देते हैं incinerator, but they don't really use their brains. चिमनी का जो outlet था, it should go up, but it was coming down. पूरे corridor में within 10 minutes there was a lot of smoke. Imagine the kind of embarrassment I would have faced. That's when I realized that this is absolutely rubbish. This is not what one has to do. This was regarding awareness, and for me it was only for disposal because I have been staying in cities. But when you imagine people staying in the rural areas, right, they don't even know what menstruation is, what pads are for, and so on and so forth. So these are the major problems that we have seen across the domain. So whenever you are starting your startup journey, right, the first thing that you should be doing is need analysis. If at all there is need, you are going to succeed for sure. You just need to figure out the right business model, right operational model that will work for you. The second was again accessibility, and I could see some hands being raised who said that they did not get access to sanitary pads or disposal facilities when they are in a public washroom. This was second one, and of course segregation, like I mentioned. Current disposal methods are horrible. How many of you here know that a single sanitary pad takes 800 years to decompose? So if at all I am disposing of my sanitary pad today, it is going to be there on the earth for my next 8 generations. In India alone, 12.3 billion sanitary pads are disposed on an annual basis. That is the kind of environmental impact we are contributing to on an annual basis. So we were a team of young engineers, scientists, and we decided that why not recycle it? This circular economy का बड़ा concept boost हो रहा है, sustainability पे लोग focus कर रहे हैं, let's try. The first machine that we developed, right, was a very small unit. हमने सोचा कि washroom के अंदर ही एक disposal unit होगा. User will put it in, and the pad would be disposed. You'll have an output that can be recycled. We ran a couple of pilots at various organizational level. We are a part of Venture Center. We ran a couple of pilots at NCL, in the buses, if you might have seen anywhere in Pune, in a couple of colleges like ICAN, whom we have been a part of. And we realized that the user at that point of time is not really concerned as to what is happening to their pads. Hence, this model is not really going to work. So this was a second learning for us that even if we have assumed certain things, not necessarily that they should be working. And a couple of speakers here mentioned about flexibility. That is what even I am aiming to, and we have experienced that. Our business model, operational model was completely different. We thought our institution mein, har washroom cubicle mein processing unit hoga. Considering the Indian washroom scenario, you have very small washrooms, you do not have proper electricity points, proper water supply. Kaise machine work hogi tumhari har jagah? But it is not at all scalable. And then COVID hit, and we were in a huge dilemma that we can't even test anything now. So we thought that we should not come to a hold, pad care should not come to a hold, and we developed UV systems instead. We developed these UV-based disinfection systems for hospitals, for mask reuse, because there was a shortage of masks which was there at that point of time. And that was a good learning experience because we were a team of engineers, scientists. We did not know how to sell our product. We were the properly tech background people, and somehow that period taught us that धंधा कैसे होता है basically. So even if you face any such situation in life, right, don't back out. Just try and analyze what I can do in such situations and learn. So this is something that we can I have some more? With that in mind, we are currently serving more than 289 clients across India, including Capgemini, Meta, Goldman Sachs. We have a couple of universities like Ashoka University, Symbiosis University on our clientele. We have more than 6 offices today. We have our 1.6 metric ton processing unit in Bahrain. You all are welcome to have a look at how we are actually processing these pads. So when it comes to sustainability, right, this carbon market, carbon credits, how can you encash them? How can you monetize them? Is something which is very crucial, and it is an upcoming market. If at all you guys are interested, you should look into this, how you can monetize carbon. You do have a couple of platforms like the MCX, whereas you can trade your carbon and generate money out of it. And that is something which is one of our revenue models, where we are trying to monetize the carbon that we are saving on a monthly basis, and that is 150 metric tons on a monthly basis that we are doing just by recycling sanitary pads. Can you imagine this is made out of sanitary pads? This affirmation station that I have is made out of sanitary pads. And this is just one product that we have, but we have a whole range of stationery products today. And we have developed this Padcore ecosystem, which is very, very straightforward. We do conduct pro bono awareness session for our clients because awareness is a huge problem even today. We have our vending machine, which basically solves the problem of period accessibility. We have our disposal bins, which go inside individual washroom cubicles, which which provides you with a discrete facility for disposal and recycling of pads. We have our processing unit in Bahrain, so the pads are currently transported there. They are then processed. We have a 1.6 metric ton capacity unit. We have developed this experience center across 5,000 square feet area. And the output that you get, right, post-processing is segregated cellulose and plastic. This is made out of cellulose, and the bins which you can see there, the pad care bins are made out of pad plastic that we have recovered. I don't want to get into the details of the product, but yes, we have, when I talk about the carbon emissions and everything, right, many companies have their net zero goals, the SDG goals which they have to align with. So you need to identify those points which can actually, you can trigger your points to those clients wherein you can onboard them. And this has been one triggering point for us, saying that, since you have a net zero goal in 2030, this is how we can help you. And hence, because of this one thing, I'm not saying that we do not have competitors. There are a couple of competitors who are providing you these bins in the individual washroom cubicles. But again, they are eventually incinerating it. There is no impact report, no tracking, nothing. But just because of this one thing, today we have more than 289 clients. Universities like Ashoka University, Symbiosis University have believed in this cause, and we are serving more than 10 lakh females today on a monthly basis. This is just a clientele of ours that we have today onboarded. And I am very happy to say that we are here because of our ecosystem, because of the ecosystem. We have been backed by BIRAC. Initially, the complete technology that we have today has been supported by BIRAC, that is the DST Government of India. We have developed this technology completely on grants. We did not raise any investment back then. So that is something which we have done, and yes, here we are today across 6 cities, more than 280 clients, serving more than 10 lakh females on a corporate level. But we have also introduced our systems in the housing societies now, because that is where the major chunk is going to come. So that is something there, and of course, very glad to share we are initiating our first city level project by end of this month in Mahabaleshwar. So the whole city of Mahabaleshwar is going to get covered by pad care, and each and every pad that is going to get generated in the Mahabaleshwar city is going to get recycled. So that is it from my end. I'm open to any questions that you may have. Please.
I'll just pass on. She requires, this is your product, me and Pratap.
Oh my god, yes, that's our daily planner.
Yeah.
Guys.
So we are from Symbiosis and we actually
Yes,
got your
Symbiosis are
interns
one of our
coming to
clients.
us and then we just purchased.
Amazing, amazing. So just one thing on that, we introduced our products just on this 26th of January, and we are up on Shopify. We did layer store in Symbiosis, in Goldman Sachs, and in Goldman Sachs we were sold out in like 2 hours. We did face this challenge of people saying us that who's going to use your products? They are made out of soiled pads. But can you imagine? Does this feel like this is made out of sanitary pads? We have been using this material even in the paper and packaging industries, right? The shoes that you wear today has a sole, right? When you buy them, we are making those soles as well out of the pads that we are procuring. It is getting used in the packaging industries and so on.
Good evening, ma'am. I am Aditi from ISPS PGTM. Ma'am, do PadCare Labs use cost control as a tool for business sustainability? Can you help us to understand your cost-cutting model, please?
Yes. So I am a microbiologist, right? My role at PadCare was initially majorly into developing the formulation or developing the technology which would give this recyclable output. When I started making this formulation, my formulation cost was 16 rupees per pad processing. That was just the formulation cost. Servicing, water, electricity, everything was separate. And we were thinking that, how are we going to recover this? It was a huge challenge. We used to literally find that, you need so many properties, you need green product, you need this, you need a certification. How is it going to come down? But I'm very happy to say that, with a lot of innovation, we have brought this cost down to 10 paise today. So it needs continuous innovation, not just on the R&D terms, but on the operational terms as well. Like I said, we are working across 6 cities in India. We have a company operated model in 6 cities. But we realize that, if at all we are expanding our operations on a COCO model in every city, that is becoming expensive because we have to employ our own people, right? That comes with a regular cost, their salaries, their PA, VSIC, everything. So we switched to a company-owned partner-operated model, which is much more cheaper for us. So that is how you have to not just bring innovation in your product, but you'll also have to bring innovation in the operational model that you have, the business model that you have, the service that you give, and everything.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Myself, Pallavi. As everyone is not aware of PadCare and this concept, so what kind of measures are you taking to make people aware about it?
Anyone in Shark Tank fans over here? We were the ones who received the blank check, by the way. This is how we basically make people aware of your services. Without spending a lot of money, we could reach lakhs and lakhs of people. This was one way. We have our social media channels as well through whom we are reaching, and putting up these stalls at our client's place is a part of an initiative that we want to do because we are a B2B organization, right? We do not interact directly with the users. Like she's a Symbiosis student, I'm not interacting with her. Not just user. Not a student. Okay, whatever. Understood. She's incubated, but I'm not any Western, you are a user, right? I am not directly interacting with her. I am interacting with the Symbiosis University. But when I am putting a stall over there, or when I am putting a recycling frame inside the washroom, which says that the pads that you are disposing here are getting recycled, that is how I am increasing my reach. So these are some ways that we do.
Yeah, so I just had a comment also that in the pre-owned two-wheeler industry phase, especially for two-wheeler, unfortunately today still paperwork needs to happen on paper and we're spending money on this thing. But if it is possible for PadCare, we would like to collaborate with PadCare for all the paperwork, all the billing, etc. So that we can transform and being a woman founding business, considering that if we can change that as a revolution, and because these bills go to customers, these bills go to all end customers, we can have even a trademark of PadCare on those papers so that people will know that these are recyclable products. And this is the at least one of the possible ways we can see on how we can collaborate. So let's work it out.
One way of reaching the masses again. So company's name, our company's name went together always. So collaboration, associations is the key to expand faster. And we are here today because of the ecosystem, because of the partners, because of the companies who have promoted us. One very, I would like to really highlight this point. We were serving Industrial Training Institute in which is a government organization, and we had gotten that through Maharashtra Startup. We were a winner of Maharashtra Startup Week, and we had this 15 lakh role model. We did our pilot and everything. Post 1 year, our services ended. We had to remove everything, and the girls over there spoke to their principal, who were not even talking to me before. Or when I went there and asked them about their problems, right? These girls were not even ready to talk to me about menstruation. They felt really shy. But post that pilot, these people made their principal to pay for it. Today, IDEA is paying us. Imagine a government institute paying for that, right? And it doesn't just end there. Our word of mouth is not just through the users. A waste picker who was in ITI initially went to Sandvik. And over there, he told their authorities that this facility was there in IT, and I did not have to handle this waste using my bare hands in the washroom cubicle. And today, Sandvik is our customer. So this is also how it happens. So if you have a good idea, if you are really creating an impact, each and every person is your ambassador.
I'm Shivani Bhattacharya. My question to you is, what are the impacts of non-biodegradable sanitary napkins on the environment, and is it necessary to switch to biodegradable ones?
Understood. One thing that I would like to say, biodegradable pads do not exist in India. It is a myth. It is something that the companies have been projecting. Non-biodegradable pads, one part of course being that if it is going to the landfills, it will take 800 years to decompose. Second, if you incinerate it, just because of the burning, it will release a lot of dioxins, furans, which is of course in the long run, if you inhale that smoke, it is going to cause cancer. If you are flushing it, this is something which a lot of corporates, educational institutes, even housing societies face just because of the taboo. I do not want to go out of the washroom cubicle and throw it at a common facility. People tend to flush it, and that leads to clogging of the drainage. That again, you have to go through a lot of drainoscopy, which is extremely expensive. That being said, we are here for you. We are here to dispose it by non-biodegradable pads that are getting generated, and we are making such products out of it. So you do not really have to switch. So yeah. Because user behavior, if at all anyone of you over here is thinking of getting into developing a product, one thing is very necessary, that the product has to be user-centric. And it just cannot depend upon your perception or perception of 2 to 3 people around you. You have to at least speak to at least 5,000 people just to get a better idea of what is expected, how they want the product to be. That will give you a better idea, a better clarity on how you can succeed.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Sakshi, and
I can't see. Yeah.
My question is, ma'am, you told us that you recycle pads, but how you manage the hygiene factor while doing this activity?
Yes. So we have developed a patented 5D technology, wherein the 5Ds are disinfection, deodorization, decolorization, disintegration, and deactivation of superabsorbent polymer. So me and my team, we have developed a formulation called Cytosave, which is basically getting sprayed on the formulation on the soil pads. Within just 5 minutes of contact time, right, these 5Ds are achieved. So we have necessary certifications from the NABL, from the Pollution Control Board in place. And with this technique, we are segregating soil sanitary, cellulose and plastic out of the pads as well.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Yes.
Yeah, so you mentioned that Indian brands that kind of market themselves as eco-friendly. Like there is a brand called Kamese, which I personally use because they have this eco-conscious packaging. They have this pad that is biodegradable, and they have this entire set of biodegradable pads. Also, I myself look out for bamboo pads, bamboo fiber pads, which cost hardly around 18 rupees per pad. which also claims to be biodegradable. Now, all of this is very easily available in all kind of commercial markets and online. So, since you said that it is not really biodegradable, could you please tell us about better ways of using a better biodegradable pad?
So biodegradable pads are not available in India. Imagine you use, I don't want to take names of any pads over here, pad companies over here, but every pad has a plastic, right? If you go and see the cost of the biodegradable pad which is there, anywhere you can check it on Google as well, it is so expensive that you cannot get a pad at 80 rupees cost anywhere. So these people use certain percentage of that material, but they are not completely biodegradable. A better option, if at all you want to switch to a biodegradable option or a sustainable option, you can always look for a menstrual cup.
Always look for a
menstrual cup.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the companies also market that well.
Yes.
I think that's a better solution.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
4.2 billion people lack access to safe sanitization globally. And I'm sure Padgate Labs Private Limited will definitely make a difference in the sanitation economy. Thank you so much, ma'am, for working on this sustainable cause and guiding our audience on the same.
That brings us to the conclusion of Entrepreneurship Lecture Series.
May I request our faculty in charge of today's event, who toiled hand to ensure everything falls in place, Professor Shushmita Rao.
Ma'am, please come up on the stage and propose vote of thanks.
Over to you now.
Thank you, Shreya. I hope everyone enjoyed the session and get a lot of knowledge on the entrepreneurship and got a tips on how to start a business. On behalf of Indira School of Business Studies, PGDM, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the speakers who have graced us with their presence and shared their valuable insight and input on entrepreneurship. Definitely our students will be benefited out of this session, ma'am. Thank you so much. I thank from the bottom of my heart to Dr. Tarita Shankar, Chairperson, Indira's Group of Institute, Professor Chetan Wakalkar, Group Director, IGI, and Dr. Pandit Mali, Executive Director, IGI, for the continuous support and the guidance. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. I would like to express my thanks to Dr. Kumendra Raheja, Head ISPS PGDM, and Dr. Shikha Sindhu, Deputy Director ISPS PGDM, for the constant help and guidance, ma'am. Thank you so much. I am at loss of words to express my gratitude to Dr. Tausif, History, Faculty ISPS PGDM, for the overall coordination of the event. His positive attitude has kept us motivated throughout the event. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the food committee, stage committee, decoration committee, discipline committee, banner, technical committee, comparing, branding and wrap-up committee for helping in smooth functioning of the event. Without this event would not have been possible. Thank you so much for all the committee. Last but not the least, I thank all the students for showing their interest in the
I request all the speakers to remain seated while the degrees keep flowing. Thank you so much for having a fabulous audience.